Morning, everyone. I wanted to talk about the year 2015 and these four blood moons. We've had three, and one is still to come on September 28th. I mean, well, when I'm just watching all the things unfold and all these events take place, they kind of remind me of an asteroid falling to Earth. When it hits the atmosphere, it starts brittling off, and chunks start to evaporate and disappear. So that's exactly what we're seeing in the world today. There's little pieces of debris falling off, legalizing gay marriage, what the Pope has to say, all these tiny little events, what ISIS is doing, all these little events leading up to one catastrophic Big Bang, like when an asteroid would impact into the Earth. It's like I think that September 28th is still going to be the day that the bad thing happens. And even history shows that not most, that actually all market crashes have happened in September. Um, last night China got hit with a stock market crash, and they lost 30% of their. They just lost 30%, and they're shut down. And then New York shut down as well. New York was telling everybody that it was a glitch, but it's not a glitch. So much deception in the world today. You have the Sandy Hook and all these other false events, and I wonder what people would be like if they really knew the truth, that everybody really knew what happened, what's going on, and understanding that whether you believe in the Bible or not is completely irrelevant because the world leaders that run this world today are following the Bible to the T. They are trying to provoke God. They are trying to make biblical events happen. They want to bring forth the Antichrist. That was ISIS's plan. But the West is also trying to bring on the Antichrist with this false system of theirs. Ugh. It's really quite bizarre watching this because the thing is, you cannot provoke God. Jesus said so too. Thou shalt not provoke the Lord. But that's what's going on right now. You have feminists that are basic demons running around the planet, trying to split man and woman up and create division. You have race riots going on right now. Also, people trying to cause division. It's blacks versus whites, man versus woman. What is there left to fight against then? And then everybody's fighting. You got homosexual approval, which goes directly against God. I don't understand why we're trying to piss God off so much. And then on top of all of this, we have a giant building in Switzerland, that is trying to open up a gateway that seems like to hell. They're trying to recreate a theory that's not even proven to be possible. They know with the Big Bang Theory that it's completely impossible because the speed of light is nowhere near fast enough to create the Big Bang that was needed. So even the speed of light is not fast enough, and it has to be like 100 times faster than the speed of light. They know their theory is not possible. So could it be just a big deception that they're trying to make the biblical events happening and they're trying to open up the bottomless pit right now? And it's also quite strange that in the history and in the past that there was a temple of Apollo that used to stand there. Apollo was a representation of Satan, Lucifer. A lot of things going on this year. Look at the oil price right now. That's another amazing factoid. Which I have no idea where the oil is leading to right now. Why it's become so cheap, and I haven't kept up with that. The fact is, it's just very bizarre that the oil prices are changing right now, which kind of shows you that for the last 30, 40 years, the price has been manipulated by man, not just based on how much was sold that day, how much was pumped out, that the prices were seriously just jacked up and dropped whenever man felt like it. So, not based on the quality or the quantity, it was based on man's greed for that day to charge whatever the price they wanted to charge for oil. Which brings you back to the Iraqi war, Desert Storm. It all just adds up, man. And so many things have happened in the last 60 years compared to the last 5,940 years prior to that. So many things have just happened in the last 60 years, and it's just like we've gone completely evil. We have to stop what we're doing. People today don't even realize how much you're being brainwashed. Just with the Disney stuff, the Marvel stuff, the all this entertainment that is overwhelming you. Try to understand and ask yourself the question, why is there so much entertainment? There's more entertainment than there is education. Ask yourselves why. If they can keep their sheep occupied, then they could take over. It's like having a room filled with people, and one person wants to dominate all the people. So he gives them board games, gives them food, gives them alcohol, keeps them constantly busy, and he becomes the host of the event. You see, right now you have parasites acting as the host and sucking off of you in the meanwhile. You are the host. Yeah, how do I explain that properly? Human beings, man, have such great potential, and yet you're all locked in this dormant state where you believe that government is your god, and all these global corporations are feeding you and supporting you. Yeah, you could do it all on your own if something happened. If the world collapsed, you could take care of yourself. We don't need McDonald's and Nike and all of this stuff. We really don't. We could just go back to our own trade and have local communities all work together. We all could create and rebuild, and we just don't need all these conglomerates controlling every aspect of our life. Yet they're here. You know, it is so bizarre to read the Bible, then to wake up the next morning, turn on the news, and see in the news what I just read in the Bible. So I'm telling you, it's either this, there's two ways that this could go. Either there is a God, and the world is going exactly as he predicted in the Bible to go, or humanity is trying to play a gigantic hoax on you by making you believe there is a book out there, but they at the same time are promoting the book to happen. They are bringing their own prophecies to happen. And not only that, but they are making the one that they are so against, the good guy, look very good right now. You know, you have Muslims all over the world today converting to Christianity. They're seeing what they're supposed to be seeing. There are such major events happening in the world today. I mean, I almost feel like I'm reporting off of, like I'm at some kind of scene right now, and I'm reporting what I'm seeing. It's very complex, man, to understand that you as a human being are born, and then you grow up, and then you're watching your television, and you grow up, and you do your sports, and you grow up, you go with your friends, and then you grow up, and then you get your first car, and you grow up. You don't really have enough time in life to understand that there is a God out there, and he cares about you, and he is watching over you, but he also wants your respect. And he wants you to understand that you don't turn towards government, you turn towards him. You know, there's many people out there today who are completely government reliant, and it's really quite scary because what happens when the government collapses? You'll have a horde of zombies on you. You're really going to have a horde of zombies. Just think about, oh man, just imagine if all the Walmarts closed, for example, or if all KFC's closed, or if your electricity fell out, or your water supply stopped for a day or 2 days, or I mean, just think of all the chaos there would be. That chaos exists because they don't believe in God. Because when you believe in God, He actually tells you that He will supply for you. He'll take care of you and your darkest needs too. Like when you're on the street and homeless, and you think, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do?" And you pray to Him, He could try to help you out. Sometimes it's not instant, but He helps you out. You know, Moses too, he walked through the desert for 40 years, and that yet God supplied with food and water every day. If you trust in him, he will take care of you. Storing up on survival foods will not help. There is so much deception. Most people who watch the movie They Live, they know about the glasses. And I have to say, I have permanent glasses on my head. I don't need the pair of glasses, and I don't need the contact lenses that got in later on in the movie. I have them built on permanently, and it's because Christ is inside of me. Christ is the glasses, folks. If you don't understand the reference, go watch the trailer of They Live. Then you'll understand where I'm coming from. But the glasses themselves is Christ inside of you. Most men that are awake today because Christ allowed them to wake up. This is the great deception that we are living in right now that is spoken about inside the Bible. The great deception. And we are really living in it right now. We got countries staging false wars. I mean, you know that the Bible actually says you will hear rumors of wars. And that's exactly what we're hearing right now. We are hearing rumors of wars. We keep hearing a rumor about World War III. We keep hearing rumors about America versus Russia. We keep hearing rumors of ISIS wanting to invade Europe. We keep hearing rumors about ISIS wanting to invade America. We keep hearing a lot of rumors. And that is exactly what is said in the Bible. And that is very specific. So once again, if you believe or don't believe, it doesn't really matter in the end because your elitists are following it to the T. You understand that? The people that control the world and steer the world are completely steering you towards the devil's side of this. And then there's good people like the Christians out there that are trying to warn you, hey, stay away from that. Don't go down that road. Trust me what I'm saying. It's bad for you. I have the glasses on. You don't have a pair of glasses on. I want to give you a pair of glasses. So come pray with me and I'll give you a pair of glasses. But people don't want to do that because they're too afraid of what they're going to see when they look through the glasses. Or you could turn it into a different way and say that you're all living inside of the matrix. And Christians are downloaded inside of the matrix to tell you, hey, your reality is false and phony. But Christians don't have much time on this planet, and they're really persecuted a lot, so they have to keep logging in and out, and it's basically coming back every time into the matrix and saying, hey, you're in a matrix, wake up. And then sadly, the matrix realized that Christians were coming inside of the matrix to wake everybody up. So the matrix created its own version of a Christian and of Christianity and of churches. And many Christians are falling for it, but they're also giving Christianity a giantly bad name. And that's their whole deal. They want to make us look really bad. They want to destroy our reputation. That's why they persecute the Bible so much. Yet there's no validation to what they say. And they themselves are following the Bible. Do you understand that? The people that are telling you right now that the Bible is fake and phony are actually following the Bible to the T. All your world leaders are following the Bible. And as a matter of fact, if all humanity followed the Bible, there would be no debt in this world today. Because according to the Bible, all debt is forgiven every 7 years. Do you all even understand that debt can never be repaid? If you can only make $100 and then you loan out $110, there's $10 right there that doesn't exist that will always have to be repaid, and interest will always grow on that $10 that never existed in the first place. That's the giant hoax on humanity right now. And you have the Federal Reserve to thank for that and the bankers. But according to the Christian Bible, we have the Shemitah year, which means that what used to belong to you will once again belong to you. Every 7 years, everything is forgiven and wiped clean. The entire slate is wiped clean. No debt. But this is the world that would be in the Bible, the world that we could have lived in if everybody decided to follow the Bible. But you all want to live in hatred, war, and terminology, and this anal behavior, man, instead of actually following a great life that we could have had, where marriage was actually something good, a unity of strength, a coalition of two unities getting together and living out in full peaceful harmony. But now we want to make everything evil and disgusting and allow the most filthiest people of the world to rule the world. We put murderers inside of our White House. We put spineless people inside of our Congress. We put uneducated people inside of our police officers' uniforms. We are single-handedly destroying everything. You know, the globalists are laughing at us because they know they call us sheep, and at the same time we are showing them that we are sheep. Imagine that. Imagine an invading force laughing at you, saying, ha ha ha, he's a fucking moron. And then while they're attacking you, you're not seeing it, and you're verifying the fact that you are a moron to them. That's what they're doing to us right now. And we are not seeing it. And the ones that are seeing it are standing alone. I understand now why I was chosen to learn about narcissism. You see, my education in narcissism wasn't something I studied in books. I dealt this firsthand with them all my life. And then I studied them and understood them. And I all told you what I really did mentally, that I tied a rope to the tree of sanity, and then I stepped through the portal of insanity, and I analyzed what I saw, and then I came back out. I feel that's like the only thing my ex-girlfriend ever gave me in that sense, is that she gave me access to that world. And when I came back, I understood the psychopath. Because I really understand, folks, that there are two kinds of people in this world. There is the predator and there is the prey. And psychopaths are predators. And you are being preyed upon. So it's always going to be up to us to decide, how much are we going to take? How much are we going to be leached off of? How much are we going to have our souls sucked out before we finally stand up and say no longer and no more? Everybody's mad at Greece right now, at the state of Greece. You should be cheering at Greece, because they are actually, by bailing out right now, by bankrupting themselves, they are becoming a liability to the EU. The EU is nobody's friend. It was created out of evil. It spawned out of evil. It spawned out of the deaths of thousands. Does that sound like a good tree to you? Do you think if you plant a tree in between millions of skulls that you're going to grow a proper, well-giving fruit tree? No. The United Nations is the tool of the devil. Absolutely. And by Greece bankrupting right now, they might have to forfeit and fall out of the European Union. That would be devastating towards the New World Order. That would mean that there's a country now that does not take part in the One World Union. But what will happen is a domino effect. If Greece falls out of the European Union, Ireland will surely follow, as well as Spain and Portugal. And slowly, all of these countries will fall out of the one world union, stopping Satan in his tracks. So you should not be booing Greece right now. You should be cheering in praise of Jesus for giving us Greece right now. He's giving us the way out. And the Grecians, they're paying for it. Now we have Russia, who is acting as if they are the pure Christian nation. Man, I hope Russia is not faking it. I hope this is not a giant false flag from Russia. That they're acting like the Christian nation now while they're secretly maybe arming for nuclear war or Armageddon. I don't know. The fact that they want to help Islam so much makes me doubt in their Christianity. I mean, it's great that they've gotten rid of homosexuals and that they're banning yoga and all this stuff, and that they're becoming more Christian and they're really trying to follow the Christian values. And all logic says, okay, they are trying to become Christian, so therefore you should give them the benefit of the doubt. But I have learned long ago never to give anybody the benefit of the doubt, and usually your doubt is there for a reason. It's currently 8 a.m. at my place here, and I don't expect many viewers because in New York it's 2 a.m. and in Los Angeles it's like 11 p.m. there. So I'm not even sure how long I'm going to keep this broadcast open. I just wanted to make this clear that deception is very powerful. I mean, we even give it now a terminology. We've actually given Satan a terminology. We call it reversism. This is total reversism. I've explained in almost every video of mine in some sort of detail that the devil does everything backwards. I mean, I'm not basing this off of playing a record backwards and hearing satanic lyrics, although that does happen. I'm really talking about everything that he's ever done according to the Bible is completely backwards to the Bible. I mean it's completely backwards to reality. Sorry about that. The thing is, he's always tried to create what God created. God created the earth, so the devil wants to corrupt the earth. God created the Bible, so the devil wanted to create his own Bible. That God has religion, so the devil wanted to have people that believed in him. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the world today. The two entities are fighting against each other. And every time that evil seems to be completely dominating, a little blessing comes across the world and nobody notices it. This time it's Greece. You cannot have a one world order if one state does not participate. Do you understand that? Now we have Scotland going for their own liberty and independence. We have England rethinking things. We have referendums going around right now all over the world that are reconsidering the world that it is today. It seems like their own enlightenment has enlightened humanity to a point that our humanity combined with Christianity has led to a more powerful enlightenment than the devil could ever have created. You see, the devil's enlightenment was for destruction and chaos, while our enlightenment was for power, growth, strength, and healing. And we seem to be winning this fight. But the only way we're going to win this fight completely is if more people start waking up and start understanding that there are elements out there that don't care about us, that want to see our corruption and destruction. Not everybody cares about you. That's very sad, but it's very true. The world could be a much greater place than it is. It was created for greatness, and it has been used for corruption. Many times when I'm speaking and I listen back later on, I can clearly tell where Christ would actually use my mouth to speak for me, to speak on his behalf through me, I should say. And when I just said that part about the world, being used for corruption, that was clearly him speaking through me and not me. I mean, most of the time I'm just rattling on to you for about a good hour, but I don't take any breaks and I'm continuously feeding you information. Do you believe that my brain works that fast that I can continuously give you information without scripts? Or could it be a higher being inside of me that's actually speaking through me because I asked him to use me as his vessel to speak to the world on his behalf? I'm not calling myself a pope or anything like that. I'm just saying I'm just a Christian out there, and many Christians have a direct connection with Christ, and he talks to us, and I've accepted his message, and I want to spread it to the world. And my message is only of goodness. It's only of turning the world over to the better so that your families can grow up happy and loving and enjoying life. The world that we are living in right now will lead to total chaos and darkness. It's headed to darkness right now at a rapid rate. And the rapid rate is caused because they want to provoke God. They're trying to provoke him. You know, America today has underground cities made out of limestone and sandstone. But that's written in the Bible, and it says that the world's elitists will try to hide into these mountains. And come the day that Christ returns, they're going to beg Christ to drop the mountains down upon them so that they can hide from his face. So in the Bible, it says that the world elitists will hide inside of the mountains to hide from Christ, and they're going to beg Christ to drop the mountains upon them out of fear of him. And today, in reality, we see elites building giant underground tunnel systems where they are, like in the Ozarks, for example, made out of limestone and sandstone, which is exactly what the Bible says is going to happen. And then we have I'm sorry, folks, but the Bible clearly says that once Israel was reestablished as its own state and it fell back into Jewish hands, that it would never be uprooted again. And the generation that witnessed the reconstruction of Israel becoming an independent state where the Jews actually returned home would not pass before Christ returned. That generation was the golden generation. We are that generation. I mean, Israel was reestablished in the 1940s, folks. That's 75 years ago. How long is a generation? 100 years? So today we have world elitists pushing the Bible prophecy to push it to happen. We have Islam rising. We have evil dominating the world in all types of forms, such as social warriors, the anal behavior, the narcissism, the abortions, the gay rights, the anti-marriage going on. We have all these issues and like demon cults, demon spawn that just run around the world today, causing all types of chaos, which actually reminds me more of the Four Horsemen. You know, I mean, it's almost like we have a horseman right now on the planet. There's something very odd going on, that everything is turning to evil at the rapid speed that it is turning to evil. Things are just falling into place for biblical prophecy right now. And we are seeing many of them unfold, and we don't even recognize them or acknowledge them, and they should be acknowledged. Because how are you going to constantly say there is no God, there is no God, there is no God, while you're missing every single clue that indicates that there is a God? I see I have a couple of viewers, so I better take a look and see if I have any commentary or questions that need to be answered. I'm not going to make this one very long today, by the way, folks. I have to leave in half an hour, basically. Or acknowledge. Whoops. Okay, the sound is good. Hey, Craig, welcome. Craig wrote, just tuning in, big buddy. I mean, I know it might seem like I'm always repeating myself and continuously talking about the same issues. But for me, it's very strange to literally go to bed reading my Bible, falling asleep with the Bible next to me, then waking up in the morning and turning on the news and hearing things like I heard this morning that China had a 30% drop in their market last night, which led to the New York Stock Exchange hitting the halt button so that therefore they wouldn't take any collateral damage. That's huge. That's monumental. It's unprecedented. But people go, Miley Cyrus's birthday's today. That's more important. Everybody's missing the giant events that are so astronomical that they become biblical. And they say, there is no God. There is no God. But everybody's missing the cataclysmic, ginormous events taking place. How? Christ tells you not to want to have a lot of money, not to want to be a celebrity, not to be sticking your nose out there. You should be walk through this planet as his his child, not the devil's child. You shouldn't want earthly goods. You shouldn't want earthly things. You should store up your presence in heaven, because therefore in heaven no there are no thieves. There is no rust. Nothing can destroy your gifts there. You shouldn't be trying to collect things on earth. But yet we see everybody trying to collect things on earth, and all that money could have been spent on helping each other out. But instead of helping each other out, you all just rather spend it on junk that just sits in a corner and it doesn't get used. And ugh, I don't understand that. I mean, I understand people with a low income cannot help anybody else, but the millionaires that literally just sit on the money, I mean, come on. How can you actually think that you're ever going to go to heaven when you're sitting on a pile of money that could feed the homeless, but you don't care to? Good luck. The world is really heading down the biblical road. And I don't care if you're atheist or agnostic. It doesn't matter what you think, because the ones that are in control are steering the world down the biblical path. Hey, my best friend Paranormal Migto on YouTube. Well, one of my best friends. You care to join the conversation? I mean, you always have an instant access to the conversation if you like to join. Oh, I know I'm right on. I mean, it's so clear and obvious. I just don't understand how the masses are not seeing it. How can they avoid all the signs? How can they continuously say, "Oh well, natural disaster. Oh well, global warming. Oh well." Global warming is not global warming, folks. It's the birthing pains of Christ's return. And this is what I'm saying. There are so many indications that Christ is going to return very soon that I'm not so sure anymore that the world's elitists are just staging everything. This could genuinely be the genuine deal. Ugh. It started out with the world's elitists trying to push biblical prophecy to happen. They set up ISIS to also create biblical prophecy to happen. But ISIS turned out to be a more radical form of Islam. That it's like Puritan Islam. Follow the book to the T. And it's a very dangerous one. This could be the genuine legion that is spoken about, the 200 million man army. That is a very good possibility right now. And they are taking out their own people for not being just as pure as they are, which is also another very scary situation. That they are even considering their own people unpure and therefore worthy of death. That really puts them out there as the very possible Antichrist army. You know I can't put links in comments; it doesn't work. Um, oh, I get another comment here. I suspect there's a lot more sensing of big changes amongst people than you give them credit. but they're scared and they don't know what will happen and they don't know what to do. Okay, that is a really good one, Craig. But here's the funny thing: people say that they believe in Christ and that they are a Christian, and they open up their books and they believe that they are a Christian, but they don't apply it to the real life. I mean, look at Daniel. Daniel knew that God was protecting him. Daniel got thrown into a lion's den and survived. He got thrown into an oven and survived, knowing that God would protect him. And that's how Christians need to walk through this world. We can't stand, we are not supposed to just walk with the crowds, go with the masses. We are supposed to trust that God has our back while we go against the crowd and go against the masses to stop them from falling off the cliff and educate them and show them Christianity so that therefore they can help us as well. I might have to go run downstairs in a minute to open up the door, but that won't be very long. I have a repairman coming by as well. I'm not sure what time he'll show up. I've never. I have a problem with my boiler in the attic, and it needs to be looked at. Um, okay. Paranormal Migto, should I just send you an invite instead of sending you a link? That usually works best. Okay, I'm sending you an invitation right now. There you go. It's been sent. How many people out there today actually understand that when they go to a Catholic church and they see a statue there of a woman holding a baby, and the woman has a big halo around her head, that that's not Mary and Jesus? How many people know that today? You think, oh, you look at the statue, oh, that's Mary and Jesus. No, it's not. I don't really want to get into the whole situation. I'm just going to say that it's Lady Isis. It's not Mary. I really don't want to go down that entire road. I just think it's very important that you understand that it's not Mary. People keep saying that the Catholic Church is going to be the Antichrist system. Not even close, man. Ugh. I mean, they're just an occult off of Christianity. Let's face the facts. The Romans are the ones that actually killed Christ. The Jews sentenced him to death. The Romans killed him. How can the ones that killed him understand him? They can't. So I just believe that the entire Catholic Church and everything about it is just another giant occult. Ugh. Paranormal Micto, are you here or not yet? It's funny you say that they're not holy enough. Well, Christians never think that they're holy enough either. And they always struggle as well to do better. But the way that the Christians submit is a lot different than the way that the Islamic Muslims submit. They submit towards the Bible, towards their Quran, and towards their word, while Christians really surrender towards God and try to please Him. I don't know if Muslims actually try to please their God or not, but I know that Christians do. That they actually feel guilt all the time and they never think that they're worthy enough. And a real Christian doesn't even try to do good to get into heaven. He just tries to do good because good is the good thing to do. Hey, Paranormal Make Show, did you get the invitation? If you hear sound effects in the background, that's my dog snoring. Hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Craig Meyer wrote in the commentary, he wrote exactly Christians are not afraid of other Christians, but Muslims are definitely afraid of other Muslims. And that's true. And they're trying to one up each other. I mean, but also look at Islam. I mean, they have to sacrifice themselves as a living as a dead sacrifice to their God, while the Christians have to sacrifice themselves as a living sacrifice to their God. That's also a giant difference there. I mean, we don't actually have to die to be forgiven. We're already forgiven now. There is no forgiveness in Islam. There is no certainty in Islam either. I mean, Christianity really has a mark of its own. I mean, it's not just the mark of the beast, folks. There's more marks out there. There's a mark on Christians too. A real genuine Christian is marked by God, and that brings its own consequences as well, because it brings when you're walking down the street and you're marked by God. There's a lot of times demons will look at you and hiss at you, give you dirty looks when you're walking down the street, simply because they're filled with evil and you are filled with goodness, that they look upon you as if they want to prey on you. Christianity brings its own heavy burdens as well. Don't think that Christians just live a perfectly easygoing life of milk and honey. Hell no. Christianity has a genuine struggle to it. Did I just hear you, Paranormal Mikto? I think I heard you join the conversation.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to you. I just agree with what you said about how Christians are marked. Like, I've even walked down the street and people have given me like evil, like I could just sense that they're evil, there's
Oh
some
yeah.
evil about them. And they've just given me really evil looks. And like I was in a crowd, so why single me out?
Oh
So
exactly.
you're right, the demons can tell. The demons know who's not one of them, who's a soul they can't get.
Well, you are basically light when you're walking down the road, and they are darkness, and darkness is repelled by the light.
Yes.
So they're repelling. You're actually burning them, and they're looking at. I mean, you're really attacking them. Let's just be honest about that. When you're walking down the road and you come past the darkness like that, you're attacking them because you're light. So
That's
it's
right.
not it's not
Darkness
like
can't handle the light.
it's not like they're giving you a dirty look for nothing. I mean, you're actually physically making them feel like they're on fire. Okay,
That's right.
Craig Meyer wrote, in Islam, no one ever knows if they're forgiven. A buddy of mine has been speaking of mosques. They told him that even in Muslim lives, I mean, even if a Muslim lives perfectly and then dies, God still might decide to damn him. Yes, that's exactly right. There is no certainty in that. But they're all damned in the first place. Let's not forget that. If they go off and kill, that goes against Jehovah's thou shalt not kill, and they will end up in hell. And since I deny the Holy Trinity and they deny the Father and the Son, I mean, what chance do they have of ever going to heaven anyways? They don't. But you want to talk about deception. There's another perfect example of deception, how the world really works. That the world says one thing and does the exact opposite of what it says it's going to do. I mean, there they believe that they're going to end up in a mansion with 72 virgins, with 72 bedrooms, with 72 beds. And every time they had fornicate with one of these virgins, it regrows its virginity again. And it's as if they have sex all over again for the first time. They are completely based on sex. I've told you all about the situation about that king before, where this whole thing in Islam comes, where it stems from, with the king and his hash ninjas, that it actually comes down to hash. Um, there was a rich man one day, and he wanted to have an army, and he wanted the best soldiers of the best soldiers. So he was very rich, and he built himself in the middle of the desert a big castle, and inside the castle he had palm trees, camels, beautiful women, a total freaking paradise inside of his castle. And he would invite local warriors to come into his kingdom, and he would feed them a giant feast, smoke a lot of hash with them, and then send them off to the women. And these warrior men who were living, basically living in the desert all day long, were completely overwhelmed with the beauty of all the hash, the paradise, the women. And this king said, if you live with me and if you serve my army, when you die, you will return here. So they all signed up. They were glad to sign up. So this this emperor, this king of the kingdom, he ended up having about 100,000 people in his army, a very strong, powerful army, who he all one by one served hash to and sent off to the women of his own little paradise. One day, an invading king came in with like a 500,000 people, and he was going to attack the other king's kingdom with only the 100,000, the hash warriors. So the king said, he walks up to the other king and he says, "Look, I'm going to overrun you. I outnumber you like 5 to 1, so you might as well just give up and save your men from bloodshed." And the hash king, he said, you better surrender." And the other king, he laughed. He says, "I outrank you 5 to 1. I could just kill you right now." He says, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah." And then the hash king snaps his fingers, and about 1,000 of his own men jump off the cliff down to their death right in front of the other king. This freaks out the other king, and he packs up his shit and he runs out, terrified, wondering what this king's influences are over his own people, that they're willing to die like that. So the whole story of the heritage it basically comes from this hash king who was serving false promises to his warriors in return for their total submission. And it's been a great tactic. It's actually been used in the American Armed Forces as well, where you are believed that you will come out as a national hero when you usually end up in a wheelchair with nobody wanting to help you, and you are labeled a veteran. It's the same tactic. It's glorifying something that doesn't deserve to be glorified. It's completely satanic to its very core. But if you knew the dark sides of it before you signed up, you would never sign up. So you have to be seduced into it, and that's what Islam is today too. It's a total seduction. They are being seduced into military slavery, and they don't even understand it.
Oh, that's right.
That was a long speech there. I don't know where that actually came from, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really good. I'm just looking at Islam and how Islamic people believe in salvation, and it's definitely not given free, because Jesus gives salvation freely. And I personally think that once you have been saved and once you have been born again and you have the Holy Spirit in your life, I think it's very hard to lose it. Like many churches think you can just lose it at the drop of a hat, but I think it's something that's very, very hard to lose.
You know why it's hard to lose? Because God Himself.
Because Jesus has done it.
You are protected by God once you. There is like you hear today, a lot of Christians, they go, "I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian." They're semi-Christians. But yes. when you become the full package Christian, God makes sure that you will never lose that, because I believe that God will actually take you off this earth before you got rid of your Christianity.
Exactly.
And the reason I say that He'll take you off this earth is because it has been shown that when the Temple of Solomon was being built, God had all the holy architects built it, and then after it was built, He took them all out because He was a jealous and wrathful God, and He wanted to make sure that no other building was ever built by the same people that created His temple. But also at the same time, earth life is a boot camp. After they built that temple, that was the biggest glorification they could have given to God. God's like, okay, you've served your time. Because earth life, as we know it, is almost like a prison. We are living on this planet merely as vessels for 100 years. After that, we move on. We go to our reward or we go to our damnation. We are just basically here as visitors, folks.
Yes, that's right. And in heaven, like after you die, you can't suffer for God. You can't really. There's no temptation. There's no, like, here is where you can show God how much you love Him, and you can grow and go through things in your life, and you're living in faith. You're living in without perfect knowledge. So it kind of is a real boot camp. But in heaven, like, I think they look down on earth and are just, astounded that there are Christians, especially in the time of Noah, that Noah lived and kept his faith in God, because, it's extremely tough. It's not easy trying to follow God now.
Well, God even tells you that when you come to heaven, He's going to be throwing you a party out of all the love that He has for you, that even all that nonsense that that the adversary put you through, that you still stayed with him. I mean,
That's right.
you live as a sacrifice. That's what Christianity is. You are a living sacrifice. While Muslims and Islam, that you are a dead sacrifice. All your
That's
suffering,
true.
God tells you that every tear is accounted for. He tells you that He knows every hair on the top of your head. He knows who you are before you were born, and that He actually created the world with you in mind. I mean, think about what He's saying there. He's saying He's always known you before you were born. You were always with Him before you were born, and now you're going to go back to Him. But just because you cannot remember before your own life does not mean that you did not exist before that. I mean, you don't develop as you are as a human being just because of life. You don't have what you like, what you dislike, what you crave, what you don't crave. That's the stuff that's inherently inside of you when you're born already. But that's because of the life you lived before you were alive, the one that was inside of Christ, the one that we don't know about yet until we actually return to God. I mean, I've also been thinking. I've been thinking a lot lately about Jesus the architect. Yeah, he is an architect. He's also, that's not the perfect word for it. He's a carpenter, but carpenters are basically architects as well because he's building it. Point being, he's had 6,000 years right now to build our paradise. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like. I mean, I can probably imagine there's going to be a mansion there for me. Grass there's going to be for me. There's going to be like this perfect yard. Everything's going to be perfect. There's never any nighttime. It's always daytime there. I'll have my dogs with me. I'll probably have a pet dinosaur. I mean, there's a lot of cool things to think about when you think about going there. I mean, we don't even know all the colors in the spectrum. There could be a whole bunch of brand new colors we don't know about. I mean, I don't want to miss out on that great opportunity so that I can just sit there burning in a lake of fire as my alternative choice. I mean, that's my
That's
choice.
right. That's right. And God doesn't want anyone to go to hell. Like hell was made for the devil and the fallen angels. So no human being needs to go there. It wasn't made for humans. But if people choose, then God's not going to override that. He's going to let people choose whatever they want.
Whoa, what you just said made a lot of sense, man. I didn't even thought of it about. I mean, I always knew that the hell was made for Satan and his angels, but when you think about the fact that Satan doesn't even have flesh and humans have flesh, and that you end up burning in hell, how much worse it would be for you. Fudge, man. Wow.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sure you're gonna die, you're gonna lose your flesh, but I wonder if your spirit, as an eternal punishment, would turn back into flesh. I don't know. I mean, how could you burn as a spirit? You can't
Yeah,
burn as a spirit.
it's hard to know, isn't it? But this is your podcast, so I'm just here, just giving you some ideas. So I'm glad you liked that one. It's something that just occurred to me a little while ago.
It's not like my podcast. It's general to anyone who wants to join.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like I'm not hogging the show. I'm just you know
But you
te-
can if you
putting
want
in
to.
my
You
two
can.
cents worth.
Yeah, but my
Yeah,
my point is, you're a Christian, therefore you have your own revelations. Talk about them if you want to.
yeah. No, it is true that hell was made for the devil and his fallen angels, and since we've come here and we've had bodies and we've had like a choice, it's sort of similar to what Satan did. Like when Satan chose to leave heaven, it must have been a real deep thing. Like how could someone choose to leave this great paradise and to rebel against God? So I think that our lives here, our hells are going to be very very bad because the hell was made for angels, not for human beings.
Yep, that go against the very nature of Christ. I mean, look at Earth right now. I mean, with the homosexual movement and the abortion rates and feminism trying to take over, that's already a hellish lifestyle. Let alone what genuine hell would be. My God, I don't even want to think about that. But that doesn't influence me to becoming a good Christian. I'm not a good Christian because I fear damnation. That's silly.
No,
Many people actually believe that I fear damnation, therefore I'm a Christian, as if I have been bullied into submission by an overlord. No, I fear God, but I fear Him for the proper reasons. I fear Him because He is righteous and the Almighty. He is the truth and the light, and I don't want to upset Him or disappoint Him. It has nothing to do with, oh, He'll throw me in hell and make me burn for eternity. Although that is a frightful thought, that doesn't lead me into being a good person.
No. And can I just talk about Psalm 111 and verse 10? It says, "For fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom." So it's not like you're doing it all out of fear. It's that you're getting the idea, getting to know God, and you're understanding what a powerful, amazing being He is. So it's not that we're all doing it out of fear. It's like we're getting to know God and getting to understand what punishment is going to be.
I don't understand how anybody who lives on this planet who's ever stood in a thunderstorm cannot believe in God.
Yeah,
The sound of thunder just makes you instantly think of God. When it's really loud and it cracks through the sky, it's like, whoa, only God could do that.
yeah, it's
It's such,
amazing.
I had a thunderstorm last night, and I had the window wide open, man, and every time it thundered, it was just like, wow, God, you're amazing. You're freaking awesome. That's how I look at
Yeah,
him. I'm like, he's the most awesome thing in the entire world. And I'm only now learning that he protects me. I've seen it all my life, and I never understood what was going on. I thought it was just like, oh, karma or something like that. No, he actually protects you. And I completely believe in Abraham now. When Abraham said, "Blessed are those that bless you, and cursed are those that curse you." That counts for every Christian on this planet, folks. I mean, you might even get beheaded one day, but the curse that the person gets from beheading you is a million times worse than your death will ever be.
that's right.
And I don't know if anybody out there read the book The Shack, but The Shack is also a very powerful book that will help you understand God a lot better. And it's quite an amazing story, and it reads itself really. I mean, I read it in one whole night. I didn't put it down until like 7 o'clock in the morning. I stayed up all night reading it. It really caught my interest, and it really read itself. Fascinating book. And I've now bought Lucifer Revisited. I'm still waiting for that one to come in, and I've just bothered to read the Septuagint online because I'm still waiting for my original book to come in. But I got to Genesis 7, and just between Genesis 1 and Genesis 7, there are so many things. It's like, wow, mind blowing, man. I'm sorry, I don't even like the King James version anymore. I'm complete Septuagint hooked. Uh,
Yeah,
even the Septuagint doesn't talk about Lilith, but they do completely indicate that there was another woman. It's very fascinating. God came down to earth and created man and woman right away. But then later on, he talks about taking out every rib out of Adam and creating Eve. So what happened to the first woman?
mm. And you know what? King James was a known homosexual, and he wasn't making that Bible for all the right reasons. He was doing it just to try and be like the Pharisees and show what a religious man he was, but secretly he wasn't. So there are lots of problems with the King James Bible.
Well, I would still say, compared to all the other Bibles, King James is the most accurate. But after you've gone to the King James, you might want to step over to the Septuagint. And I
Right.
like this. I really kind of respect the Septuagint for the things that I've read already. I'm only at Genesis 7. It has already been fascinating. Like I learned, and like in King James Bible, you'll never figure this one out, that God's face is upon the waters, and He split the waters from the waters. Right? That's according to the King James version. But in the Septuagint, he talks about a whole settlement first. He talks about the settlement between the waters and the waters. And then he talks about the earth being made. So he's not talking about splitting waters between earth. He's talking about splitting the space itself, that he created space. And that is not mentioned in the King James, but it's mentioned in the Septuagint that he actually created space, outer space. And that's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
big
that's
difference, man, for just 7 little chapters that I've read so far.
well, Genesis chapter 6, it talks a lot about the fallen angels who came down to Mount Hermon. And your Bible, that chapter 6 would be very interesting to read.
Well, you can just look on online the Septuagint. It's a Greek translation, and I still
Right.
want I want I want the Aramaic version, but that's going to cost a lot of money. But I'll settle for the Greek right now. Um,
Yeah.
I actually do believe in mermaids. I know that might sound completely insane, but I believe in the Nephilim, that they actually existed, and I know that they mess with DNA. So it wouldn't be very hard to imagine a Nephilim having sex with some kind of animal out there or mixed breeding DNA, because they were mixed breeding DNA. Exactly. You know, in the Bible, there's only one reference to a dinosaur, and that's Leviathan. He is the only mention of a dinosaur. Yet we know that there were tons of dinosaurs out here. Is it possible that the Nephilim mixed with the DNA of dinosaurs to create really evil dinosaurs, and that's why God wiped them out?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. I know the Nephilim were doing DNA manipulation like we're doing today, but they would have done it much better. They would have had more technology. So,
Well, yeah, they were fallen angels. I mean, they knew what they were doing. They had powers and they
mm,
had tactics. But also, like the Greek, the Grecian gods, you know. I mean, Zeus can be very much labeled to Jehovah. They're kind of the same, the way they look and dress and the long beards and everything like that. But when you look at their history and their gods, they had like the Minotaur, for example, inside the labyrinth, which was half half bull, half human. I don't see that being
right.
a real, not a possibility when you consider the powers of the Nephilim. Um, the only one I don't believe it could ever existed was Medusa, for example. She could never existed. I mean, that's just a clear folks tale. But you know, there's always some truth and lies, and then fairy tales, and then folklore. I have to wonder if the Minotaur didn't really exist. I don't believe that Atlantis ever existed. I do not believe in that fairy tale. Um,
Okay.
I don't see how it could have, or what happened to it, and that there's no a trace of it. If it was such a highly evolved civilization, why don't we have some kind of inherent offspring from it? Why don't we have anything today that we can actually trace back to this alien civilization? We had nothing. Like every trace of Atlantis was gone. If Atlantis really existed as a city, then why didn't their stuff go into other cities? There's no traces of it.
Yeah. Yeah, as we talked about last time, like they found Sodom and Gomorrah now, so they should have found something from Atlantis. So
Exactly.
uh,
It should have been some kind
it's
of
quite weird.
artifact.
Yeah, there should be things there. So I don't know. I'm not sure about Atlantis myself.
Well, they even went to Ethiopia and they found evidence from belongings directly from the Temple of Solomon. I mean, if they could find all that
Wow.
stuff back, why can't they find any traces of Atlantis? Because it never existed. And not only did it never exist, but if it did exist, it would have been completely evil anyways, because we're talking about a group of enlightened people. Enlightenment but clearly belongs to the devil. And as I just said in the beginning of this video, that Satan's enlightenment is now being used against him. Um,
Yes.
we have all become in such awakened human beings that we are now completely awake and we can actually see the devil's footprints in the sand. We could never do that before as humanity. We never understood. We knew that there were spirits. We knew that there were entities in this world, and we used to pray to Jesus and pray to God to get rid of them and stuff like that. But now we actually have the capability to see when the devil attacks, why he's doing it, and what the outcome will be. I think it's mind blowing. I mean,
Yeah.
as a real genuine Christian, you could see the devil walking on this planet very easily. You could
Oh,
see
it's much more obvious now than even 100 years ago. I mean, marriage has come way under attack. The family is under attack. Young children don't even know what a family is anymore. So, it's totally obvious that Satan's here.
Can I say something really quick about the marriage under attack?
Yeah, go
Marriage
for it.
marriage is not even under attack. It's straight marriage that is under attack, because homosexual marriage is something that's being cheered upon right now. So it's not even really marriage that's under attack. It's a simple straight people, straight couple, straight
Yeah,
life.
yeah, and it's especially men who are under attack because women join together with the government, and they seem to win almost all the time. Almost all the custody goes to the woman. Now women don't get 50% of the money; they get like 80 or 90%. So that's men who are under attack as well, but probably not so much gay men at the moment. But that's just for now. Who knows what will happen?
Well, the gay movement is going to lead to polygamy. I guarantee you this. Now,
Yeah.
the next uprising in America is going. Listen, folks. The next uprising in the United States will be polygamy. The Mormons are going to start declaring that the gays get their rights to their homosexual marriage, that they get to have the rights to have multiple wives. That's the next step that's going to happen. And soon pedophilia will step up. Guaranteed.
Oh gosh, no, that's terrible. Polygamy is going to be tough though with the situation as it is. Like one wife can destroy you, so what would many wives do? They could really gang up against you. So I don't think polygamy is going to work out very well.
It'll work out for the Mormons just fine. Watch.
Okay,
The Mormons are all into that stuff, man. I mean, I don't even want one wife, let alone multiple wives. But
no,
the Arabs can do it
no,
too. The Arabs get away with it.
yeah,
The
it
legal
would work out in Arab countries better, I think.
the legal system right now is only designed this way to control humanity. Once humanity is controlled, laws will be lifted and altered and changed. These are very strict laws right now to crush people. We are in a crushing system. They want to crush our
Yes,
spirits. They want to crush our free will. They want to crush our desire for freedom. They want to crush us. But these laws will be changed and altered when it suits their agenda.
definitely, because like 100 years ago, the death penalty was much worse. In the Middle Ages, people were burned at the stake and like thrown off buildings. So all those laws could easily come back. Debtors prison can come back. It's probably a plan. They've got it all planned out when to bring them back. So, so
Debtors prison is already back. They're called FEMA camps.
that's true. That's true. They are here,
I
and
mean,
they're all staffed, all waiting to go.
it's like $55,000 for every newborn in America that is born today is born $55,000 in debt. So that means that
Mm,
they would have to pay that off. If they can't pay it off, boom, FEMA camp, forced inoculations and indoctrination, learning to become a slave, accepting that you are nothing more than a drone. That's what's going to happen very soon if America doesn't wake up. And honestly, I think that some of the American people out there, people that basically voted for Obama and Hillary, they are the ones that should be in the FEMA camps. I mean, why not? They're the ones that are voting for it.
yeah, I don't think people are going to wake up in time. It's only going to be a very small remnant who does wake up in time. Most people are going to miss the boat.
Well, the sad thing about fucking people that are waking up is that they're not just waking up, they're isolating themselves and they are going to only take care of themselves. They're not waking up their whole communities. They're just basically waking themselves up and their own families. And like I said, this message needs to spread. This is stuff that needs to go viral. I mean, these music videos and all that doesn't really matter if they go viral or not, but this kind of information should go viral. That people know how that what's going to happen. But then again, every human being on this planet has the ability to buy a Bible. They're in every hotel room. You can go to Sunday church and pick up a Bible there. I mean, there's no reason why you can't read the book yourself. I don't understand why people don't know this information already. Because people 6,000 years ago, I'll say sorry, 4,000 years ago, they already knew this information.
That's true. That's true. And these people who are waking up and sticking to themselves, like I think that God can lead them to each other and can lead people to groups because we've got the internet now. But if people are going to be really stubborn and not share with other people, then God's not going to bless them. I don't think.
Well, yeah, he makes that very clear in the end book of Revelations. The what he says about the goats and the sheep.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if you actually read that about how I was in prison, you did not come and see me. I was naked, you didn't clothe me. I was hungry, you didn't feed me. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. And then the people will say, the Christians will say, when did we not see you? When did we see you hungry, thirsty, unclothed, or in prison? And then Christ says, well, if you didn't do it, the person you didn't do it for, you didn't do it for me. I mean, it's our job to basically share our wealth and take care of each other as much as we hate to think that. I mean, because greed is our number one thing holding us back from actually doing that. But imagine if everybody could be self sufficient. They could grow their own gardens, have their own food, take care of themselves. How much we wouldn't need the government or commercialized articles or GMO or conglomerates forcing crap food down our systems, eating fast food. We could be self sufficient if we wanted to be. But
That's right.
we've allowed ourselves to be completely oppressed, and we don't even want to see that we are oppressed.
That's right. And I'm pleased to hear that McDonald's is losing money and
Oh yes, Yes.
Monsanto's having problem after problem all around the world. Like it must be like people are waking up and are beginning to follow God's word. So, yeah, I hope it gets much worse for those companies.
I don't know. I mean, we got protesters out there, but how long can they hold out by themselves? The truth
Yeah,
is that
that's
we
true.
need more people to wake up. We need, it's not even actually a waking up, it's a stepping up. It's understanding that you can make a change by yourself. You do make a difference. You're powerful, you're strong. You are not just a number when you are walking with Christ, you are actually a warrior in itself because you are provided by Christ's armor, you are protected by Christ himself. He stands behind you and he will actually make words come out of your mouth and he will make you a lot stronger. Look at Moses, man. Moses had a
Yeah.
stutter, and yet he was able to talk to all those people into following him to the desert. Look at Abraham, able to pull all those people out and take them out to the desert. Even when he had no place to go, even when Egypt wanted to turn them away, they did not ever lose faith in Abraham. Everybody followed him. Why? Because Christ was inside of him. God was inside of him.
Yes.
So if you have God inside of you, it is your duty to go out and preach. It is your duty to go out and tell people the truth. And you will be judged upon that. If you become a Christian, do not expect an easygoing life. The easygoing life are the ones that are living the mass media dream. Christians suffer the most. They endure the most pain. Christians have always suffered. So have the Jews, but that's a whole different situation. The Christians suffer on a whole different scale because we actually know the future, we know the book, and we see people suffering and not listening to us. It's quite painful in that sense.
Yeah.
Um, we've always been persecuted, not to the extent of the Jews, but we have been persecuted for a long time. And today, Christian persecution is reaching an all-time high. And it's becoming very dangerous for Christians to even speak out like we are right now. But we do it because it's our duty, it's our job, it's what we are supposed to do. And we will rely on one day for Christ to pull us out of a bad situation. Oh, by the way, some great news. Dr. Kent Hovind was freed last night. He's back home after 9 years of being falsely accused and falsely thrown in prison. Dr. Kent Hovind is back out. So amen and Jesus praise for that because that is absolutely amazing. Every atheist out there better fear our Dr. Hovind is here. If you want to talk about a Christian champion, if you want to talk about a Christian role model, then look no further than Dr. Kent Hovind. And he has been released and he's freed. And God has, I don't know, man, it's like releasing a giant bomb on humanity that Dr. Kent Hovind is free again. And I cannot wait for his newest videos to come out because this guy is absolutely amazing. I mean, it's like looking at Adam when Adam was still pure and walking in the garden. Dr. Kent Hovind is really a tremendous Christian, one of the most best Christians to ever look up to, and I'm proud to call him my pastor and my minister and my teacher and my educator. He is an absolute awesome man, and I'm so happy he's free. And
Amen.
he's going to have a big party this week, and already 350 people are going to show up. And I wish I could have showed up, but I don't live in Pensacola, Florida, or I would have showed up. But I would just shake the guy's hand and say, "Thank you, for doing what you did." This man really suffered in prison. I mean, it's a whole. He'll never get noticed for what he did, but in the Christian community, man, we're all pinning up his poster, going, "Yeah, we're pinning up his poster and saying prayers for him." And I even made a petition. I had thousands of people sign my petition already to free him. It's just awesome that he's finally out.
Oh, that's great news because I've been following along his story, and he's not had a fair trial. Nothing that's done to him has been right. So I'm glad that God's heard our prayers and got him free. But I think he's got more charges pending, so it's not
No,
totally over yet. But
no,
I'm sure.
it's completely over now. He
Oh,
is
is it really?
he's
Oh, good.
free. He's back home. He's actually going. I think he might count. He might sue the state. He's going against false allegations of false charges, and once they're established, he'll get everything back from the state as well. And I heard that his theme park has also been reopened, so
Wow.
it's really great news. I mean, we needed this as Christians. We needed something now. We needed this beacon of light to return, that we had some hope again. because I was
Give
also
us
losing.
victory.
As much as as much as a strong Christian I am, I was losing hope in humanity, man. Like people are just like deliberately wanting to go down this sinful path and believing in the celebrities that one day will say, "Hey, look, Lucifer is the real God. He made me rich and powerful. Therefore, bow down to Lucifer, and you could be rich and powerful just like me." That's
That's right. They're already saying that too. People like Bob Dylan and many people have already come out and said who the real God is. Well, in their opinion, have trying to lead people away from Christ.
but that
So yeah,
shocks that shocks the hell out of me. Do you understand that? I mean, as a little 6-year-old boy, I was already going to Sunday school and learning this stuff that you don't want to sell out your soul to get rich, because what does it do to have everything in the world then die and have nothing? I mean, I learned this at 6 years old already. I'm seeing people today in their 30s not knowing what I already knew when I was 6. And it blows my mind that people are actually going down this road, taking these steps, and selling out their souls like idiots. I mean, they're even playing with the supernatural realm, going, "Yeah, this is so fun. Look, I'm talking to a spirit. Dear spirit, will my grandmother ever give me money when she passes on?" Ouija board replies, "Yes." They're playing with these stupid spirits, and they don't even understand what the hell they're doing. And according to my book, I was already learning about this stuff when I was 4 and 5 years old. I've been visited by angels. I have seen demons in my life. Ex-girlfriend attacked me being a complete demonic entity. I mean, I knew the devil before I knew Christ. And that made my life super hard. So I don't understand why people can live in this world, become 30 years old, and never have a supernatural experience that puts them straight. How come people today are not being knocked off their horse and being blinded like Paul was? I have. I got knocked off of my horse when I was 10 years old. I could tell you the story. You wouldn't even believe the story. We just moved to Europe. I was 10 years old, and we were living in a small trailer, and we were basically waiting for our house here in town. Uh, so I was 10. It was very cold in this caravan. It was middle of winter. And I called in with my mom. I said, "Hey, Mom, can I sleep with you? Because it's very cold." And she let me sleep in the bed because it was super cold, man. It was really icy cold. And so I get in the bed and I'm shivering. She gets out of the bed and goes lay in the little small living room on the couch. And I'm laying in her bed, and my sister's on the other side, and we were basically all three in the bed at that moment. And my mother gets out, and all of a sudden I see a gigantic white spirit come walking out of the closet carrying a sword in his hand that's on fire. I was so scared that I pulled the blankets over my head, and I didn't want to look, but I still had enough courage to pull down the blankets to see if it was still there. And when I pulled down the blankets, it was bent over looking directly at me, staring me right in the face. And I was shaking my sister, "Wendy, Wendy, Wendy, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You got to see this. And she would not wake up. I screamed for my mother. She would not wake up. Then this white spirit walked back into the closet and left again, left the caravan. I fell back asleep, and the next morning I told my mother what was happening. My mother couldn't believe the story. And then we got a call from America, from one of our severe Christian friends. And she said to my mother, "Did you see it? Did it come?" And my mother said, "No. Did what come? My son seen something last night. What happened?" She said, "Well, I sent down a warring angel to protect you guys last night, and I was wondering if you received it." So yeah, I seen a warring angel in real life, and I know exactly what they look like. And they are huge. They have a gigantic sword. It's on fire, and they mean business when they come down. And I witnessed them. I seen them firsthand. That made me a believer in Christ already. As a child, I lived in a house that was pretty evilly possessed. Many bad things were happening. Posters were falling off the walls. Doors were slamming automatically by themselves. There were entities crawling around the roof, on the ceiling. It was a very creepy house. We ended up leaving it. But all of my life, I have been dealing with the supernatural since I was a very young child. As a matter of fact, it modified my entire life, and it made me feel like I was going absolutely crazy. After a while, I became very scared as a child, and I had to overcome that fear of the supernatural. Many people today will have lucky to maybe once in their life witness a supernatural event. I myself have seen at least 13 strange events already in my lifetime. I'm 34. But when you look in the Bible, it also says very clearly to be nice to everybody because you might be entertaining angels unaware. People do not understand
Yes.
today how many entities are really walking on this planet that are not earthlings. You don't understand. I mean, you'll see people like Beyonce, and she'll be perfectly sculpted, big boobs, perfect hips, perfect ass, and she's like this gigantic siren sucking all the life towards her. Come to me, come to me, come to me. And they do, and they get completely demon riddled. Then they go off, they go back home, and their demons just basically jump over from anybody that's in their house. They bring their own demons. They bring the demons from Beyonce's concerts to their own houses, share them at school. I mean, you have no idea how many millions of demons are walking on this planet today. But not just demons. Angels walk on this planet also. And you can call them forth whenever you want to. If you ask Jesus to send you down an angel right now because you feel like you need one to protect you, boom, you'll get one. If you walk in the armor of Christ, you walk in the armor of Christ. He will always protect you. But you really don't understand, folks, that the only thing that is stopping all these demonic entities coming into this realm is a veil that God put on this planet. And right now you have CERN that maybe wants to go and open up this veil, put a crack in it, and allow these entities back in. And these are the same entities that were once the Nephilim that God wiped out because they were not human. They were not of the divine. They were abominations. When they died, their spirits stayed behind. And their spirits today can channel into any human being whatsoever. So if you are a fucking person that wants to make it in the music industry, all you have to do is sell out your soul to Satan. That is not a joke. That is something you could seriously do. You could do it by blood sacrifice. You could do it just by simply selling off your soul and saying, you get rid of Christ, that you join Kabbalah or you join Satanism. You just basically give yourself over to that evil, and you allow that evil to manipulate your life and just steer you through life. Then you'll get the millions of dollars, you'll get all the fame and riches that you want, but in the end, it's absolutely worthless because you're going to die, and you'll have no God in your soul, and you will end up being burnt alive for all of eternity in purgatory. So make your decision. Do you want to be rich and famous and then end up burning in hell because you're sold out? Or do you want to be an average Joe who earns a decent wage, lives a decent life, and ends up going to heaven one day? It's up to you. I don't understand why people would actually choose the dark road. I don't understand that. It leads to nowhere. It leads to darkness.
It's a rebellion. Like, it's like feminism. Like, they never want to submit to a man, and these demon-possessed people never want to submit to God. They just think it's a rebellion. They think they're proud people who think that they're as good as God. They know as much as God, and it's basically a rebellion, and that's why I think they do it.
To know as much as God.
What's what they think? I mean, obviously you can't, but they think they can.
God created every star in the universe, and then he named them. And he also knows how many he created. There's not a single human being on this planet today that knows how many stars are out there in the universe, and we sure as shit has not named all of them.
No.
Just a reality check there for you folks. We are not smarter than something that created the planet that we live on. We are not smarter than our creator. That is real disgusting to even think that, and super disrespectful. If you were a karate student today, would you disrespect your master? Would you think that you're better than him? If you were taking karate classes for a couple of years, would you think that you're eventually become the master? No. You always have respect for your sensei. But you don't do that when it comes to religion and to God. It's the creator of the universe and the one that feeds you every single day. Every single day you go out and you live in New York and you buy yourself a hot dog and you eat that hot dog. Never do you once in your lifetime think that God gave you the ability to get that hot dog. Never do you think, oh, God gave you that $5 that you needed to go out and buy that food today, or that you have your ability to go get your Starbucks today, that you're more richer than somebody that lives in Africa today, that's because God has blessed you in this world. You don't want to ever acknowledge God on anything. But yet, when you finally do acknowledge God on everything, you get rewarded like crazy. You do. He starts coming into your life more often. You give him more acknowledgement. He takes care of you better. When you get sick, you get quickly, you rapidly heal. I mean, I've been praying for 2 days now and fasting for 2 days for my leg wound, and my leg has really drastically gotten better. And I'm not going to take any credit for that. I'm not going to say that some company that made a cream for me made me better. No, I'm giving full credit to the Lord. And that's what you're supposed to do in this life. Always give credit to the Lord. Everything that you do, do it in the name of the Lord. Very simple. Always give credit to God. Don't give credit to anything else. And when you do that, life becomes a lot better for you.
That's true. And even if you look at America, even the non-believers, they've had so much benefit from living in that country with the believers, like it's flowed through them as well. Like
Exactly.
the rising tide that lifts all boats. And now that America is really turning away from God, all these blessings are being taken away. I can see it. That's why people are doing much worse now than even 10 years ago, even 20 years ago.
Even
So
five.
a lot of these financial rewards, this great life God is taking away, and the reason is because people are turning away from Him. So He's going to remove these blessings, remove your ability to buy hot dogs, and see if you'll repent. And Book of Revelation says that people won't repent; they'll just keep on cursing God no matter what happens.
I used to be a cursor of God, but I realized why I was a cursor of God because I felt like disappointed in Him. But
Right.
I relied on Him, but in a wrong way. And when He didn't help, when I rubbed my magic 8 ball and my magic 8 ball didn't do exactly what I wanted to, I ended up hating Him because my magic 8 ball wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. Not giving it, I mean, I was treating God like a magic 8 ball, like a genie in a bottle. And I tell people, don't do that. You're not supposed to treat God like a genie in the bottle. I mean, that's the same thing with the Jews. They believed that their Messiah was going to return and save them from the Roman Empire. But that's not what their Messiah did. The Messiah came and saved them from death. But they don't want to see that because, hey, Samson, hey, destroyed he destroyed the temple and took down the two pillars and killing himself in the process. But he destroyed all the elitists then too. They expect another Samson. And that's the story of this world right now. We all keep believing in our own self strength, but when you finally say, okay, we always think that people are in the hospital today that are sick, that we should always feel sorry for these people that are sick. You know what? Let me tell you the truth about this, Seth. These people are more humble than you will ever be. And I'm not talking about you, dude. And I'm talking about you, Paranormal Micto. I'm talking about the people
Yeah,
out there
you're
that don't
talking
believe in
about
God.
general people. Yeah, yeah.
Very simple. They are humble. They have been humbleized. They talk to Christ, and Christ talks back to them. There is no greater reward in this world than being talked to by Christ. And I, especially me, I'm telling you, I'm 34 years old. I spent half of my life in doubt that the voice that I heard was really Christ. I needed proof. I needed evidence. He would never give it to me. As a Christian, there is no hardcore person out there that scrutinizes the Bible more than a Christian does, proven by Thomas. Thomas actually had to stick his fingers in Christ's holes in his arms to actually believe that it was Christ. Christians really suffer the most in this world. I'm sorry to say it. I mean, I know a lot of people are hurt, a lot of people are suffering, but when it comes to really living in this world, Christians really have it the hardest because we know what's going to happen. We warn everybody and they don't listen to us, and yet we have to suffer because of their mistakes, because of their choices. Like I know, for example, Hillary Clinton is going to be voted in simply because she is the most evilest piece of foulest crap out there. So therefore, she's going to become the next president, and we are all going to suffer because you don't listen to us. And
That's right.
that's why I said that Christians always suffer the most. And these people, Hillary Clintons, they don't like Christians because they understand what Christians are. Look at me and look at Paranormal Micto. They know the strength of the Christian. That's why we are always persecuted. That's why they want to kill us because we will never submit. We will never bow. We are Malachi. And I love Malachi. I mean, I would never bow and I would never surrender. Would you ever surrender?
No way, no. You can't. You get to a point where you just can't do it. It's kind of like you know your reward, you know your Messiah, and you just can't ever deny him. It's not something I could do.
I was sitting in my shower yesterday and I was there with my burning leg. And when you have a vision, but you're not sure you're actually having a vision, you kind of like forget about it. And then the next day it's like, oh, yeah, wow, I actually did see that. Yesterday I had a vision while I was in the shower washing my wound out. I seen Christ walking through the desert, and I seen his sandals and just his feet. It was a very strange vision. All I seen was his feet walking through the desert, and he has those really cool sandals, and that was just the vision I seen. I don't get what it meant, but sometimes I really get a lot of visions, and man, I've had a lot of revelations lately, like one after the other. So many revelations, and people that don't understand what a revelation is. Well, when you've seen the movie The Matrix, Neo, whenever he wanted to learn a new skill, it would be downloaded into him, and that's pretty much what a revelation is. You'll just be doing your own thing, minding your own business, and then God just downloads His information inside of you, and it's so powerful and overwhelming. It actually takes a week for you to understand everything that you've just been told. And I've been having revelation after revelation after revelation after revelation lately. It's fascinating because the last book of the Bible says too that in the end times your men will start having visions and dreams, and that's exactly what's taking place in my life right now. I mean, the information that I know today, most scientists don't even know.
No.
How did I get the information? I didn't study it. I didn't read. I didn't spend 5 years in science class. How come I know this information? I mean, how can I even sit here and just talk about CERN and know what CERN's up to, what they're trying to do, and say, hey, look, this is demonic what you're trying to do? I mean, did I study in science class for 10 years? No. Am I as good as a scientist? No. But I know what the Bible says. I mean, look, that's what Dr. Kent Hovind says too. He says he goes up against all the evolutionists out there, and he says, I'm just an average science student. I mean, a science teacher. I'm just your average Christian. But yet he can go up against all the power heads out there and defeat them all. Why?
Yeah, I mean, many people are having revelations now. I am like you are. Like, I'm beginning to think that I don't know how to say this, but I think we're getting very, very close to the end times to like the tribulations and the Antichrist coming. Like, he is going to come, and the whole world is going to see him when he arrives. So it's going to be very interesting if we are getting close to it.
Have you heard the arrogant Temple University? I mean, Temple Institute in Israel. What they had to say this week?
Yes, a rabbi told the Jews to move back to Israel because the Messiah is coming soon. Yes, I did hear that.
That is so arrogant.
Yeah.
And when you consider the fact that the Islamic members have just said to all the Jews to leave Israel before the end of Ramadan or something bad's going to happen to you, then it's kind of sick that they're saying, hey, Jews, come on home.
Yeah, that's interesting. But the Arabs aren't going to do anything to Jerusalem, to Israel. They can't. I mean, their countries have been destroyed by wars. They're not going to come up against Israel now. I can't see it.
I don't know, man. I do know one thing. I know one thing. Arabs do not make false threats. They don't do anything in falsehood. If they say it, they back it up. So
yeah, well, they can do terror attacks in Israel, do suicide bombing and stuff like that, but that's been happening for years, so it's not anything new, really.
Yeah, but they never made a fatwa for all Jews either. And that's new. They put a bulletin out saying they wanted all the Jews to leave Israel before the end of Ramadan. That's never happened before. There's only one time I actually know about that kind of a situation at all, and that's in the book of Esther. I don't know if you know the book of Esther, with the king of Persia persecuting all the Jews in the town, and then Queen Esther saying, hey, look, I'm a Jew, and they want to kill me too. But that's the only time I've ever heard of a decree being put out to kill off a race or a class of people. And now we have it again right now, and that's kind of worrying me. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'd be very worried in Europe because France has got 8 million Muslims. Every European country has basically been invaded, and the Muslims are going to be a majority in 20 or 30 years' time if we make it that far. So I'd be very, very worried in there because you don't need many of those millions of people to take up arms to really, really make a big problem in those countries.
Yeah, and the people here are disarmed as well.
Yes.
So that's going to be an easy target there. But I wouldn't be too worried about us when you consider the fact that Obama has ordered 250,000 guillotines. Oh, man.
Yes, I know.
20,
I know that that's a worse problem still. But we're going to come into a stage where there's going to be a multitude of problems. It's going to be like a time that's never been seen before on Earth. It's going to be just wave after wave of problems hitting every country. It's going to be I don't know. You're going to need God to get you through it. It's going to be so hard.
oh, you can't do it without God. No way.
No, no, you can't. Definitely can't. Hey, do you have to go out soon? Because if you do, we
No,
can
it's
talk
okay.
another day.
That's already taken care of. Don't worry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Cool. Anyway, in the end times, God is going to protect his people. Like, if you're totally for him, you're not like half and half, but if you're for God, God is going to protect you. And even if your fate is to be beheaded in these guillotines, God will be there. He can take you out of your body so you don't feel the pain. So
Exactly.
you have got faith. You need to have faith.
You just hit the nail on the head so hardcore. That's exactly what the book The Shack is about. It's about a young girl who is raped and murdered in a dirty, disgusting shack, and her father is completely out of his mind, losing his daughter. And then he goes to the shack and he sees the bloodstains, and he feels all the pain that happened to his daughter. Then he walks out of the shack, and that's where he comes across Jesus. And Jesus tells him, "Hey, look, your daughter might have suffered a lot of pain, but I was with her every single second. When they took her in the car and kidnapped her, I was talking to her and telling her stories. When she died, I was right there with her, and she never felt a single bit of pain. She was already out of her body. And people need to understand that's exactly what happens when you are with Christ. And before you die, He takes you out. He takes you out of your body.
Exactly. Exactly. And I've never read The Shack. Like I didn't know that book until you just told me now. So it's from many, many sources I've got this information. Like, God isn't going to abandon you. He's not going to let the Antichrist or the devil chop your head off and you suffer. He'll be there, like, somehow making you able to go through it. So that's why the choice to reject the Antichrist is something a Christian can't even be 99% sure. You've got to be 100% sure.
I would love to see I would love to see an Islamic person try to chop a Christian's head off and the axe break. That would be so
It's
cool.
possible. It's possible.
I just want to see
Anything's
some more
possible.
Daniel events. I mean, blessed be the God. Blessed be God. I just want to see more Daniel events. I want to see gigantic Daniel events happen. I mean, I've heard of one that happened to a Muslim this month, where he beheaded a Christian, and the Christian said, "I know you're going to kill me, but take my Bible and please read it." And then he killed him. Then he took his Bible home and
Wow.
read it, and he became a Christian after he read the Bible.
Wow.
So there are all these events right now are happening to Muslims. In that sense, Muslims are so lucky they don't even know, because the visions that they're getting direct visions from God. There was a terrorist just last month who said he was killing Christians, and that a man appeared to him in a dream, and he said, "You are killing my people." And he said this man was completely dressed in white, and he didn't know who he was. And then he found out later on that it was Jesus Christ that was telling him that you are killing my people. Talk about another Paul event. Dang. I mean,
Yeah, I was just thinking of St. Paul on that road to Damascus. Like, it's happening now because the persecution's getting so great and the devil's getting so powerful that God is also going to act and for the finger of God as
I
well.
plead to God right now that He will act. I want to see
Mm,
His righteousness on this planet. I witnessed it with the Napoleon earthquake. I was cheering during that earthquake. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry if that sounds really bad, but I seen those two
no.
temples come down, and I knew exactly why God struck. He wanted those temples destroyed. He was trying to bring a message to those people. Hey, look, I am the Almighty. Don't serve Shiva. Serve me.
Mm,
And he destroyed those.
mm.
He pancaked those towers. It went down, down. It was beautiful to witness. I'm sad about the earthquake happening and the people dying and all that. But on the other hand, they also just had a gigantic slaughter fest where they slaughtered 5,000 or 6,000 animals in the same town, and I couldn't feel that bad for them anymore. They slaughtered God's animals to a false god, and I don't know if He's going to get those souls back from those animals or not. And that makes me kind of pissed off, because those are God's animals. He puts little souls into them all. But if they sacrifice them to a different God, does God get to keep those souls or not? Do they go back to Him or not? I don't know. They probably do, because He's the master of everything in the end. But still, He probably has to go and get them or something like that. And He might have been just annoyed by it, so He struck out. And I don't
Mm.
blame Him. We don't know what he has to do to get those souls back, but it's sad to think that his animals are being sacrificed like that. And it was
Yeah,
five
yeah, I
six
definitely see your point.
it was 5,000 6,000 animals, and how many people were it? 5,000 6,000 people. Coincidence,
Yeah,
maybe, but I don't believe in coincidence. I believe that coincidence is God anonymous.
yeah, I don't believe in coincidences either. Like, it's 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 a kind of way the devil uses to make you not believe. It's like saying, "Oh, it's not really God. It's just me. It's just a coincidence. It's
Yeah,
just random." But I don't think anything is random, really. Not
yeah,
really.
but when you look at the title of this live stream, that just made the title solidify to the event that I was talking about, because the title is called
Yes.
"Deception is Powerful," and
Yeah, I'm
that just
looking
made
at
a
it. I've looked at
perfect.
the messages. Yeah.
It's the perfect description. I mean, like I said, I've been telling people for ages that the devil does everything in reverse. That the ones that scream the most are the ones that are the most evil. The ones that demand the most are the most evil, and that you don't have to put up with it. You could always stand your own ground and say no to it.
Mm,
Americans seem to have completely forgotten the word no with this political correctness. I mean, no is no, simple. And then we got good warriors in this world that are standing up, and they're being persecuted as well. I mean, I love Geert Wilders, man.
mm.
And he's the perfect Christian, I think. And he's just being politically murdered in Holland here. I'm watching it, and it's ridiculous. I mean, even the prime minister here knows he's doing wrong, and Geert Wilders is calling him out on it, saying, "Hey, you're selling out your nation to Islam," and everybody's just denying it. It's just this gigantic global denial that we are selling ourselves out for oil, just like the Bible says we
Well,
would.
yeah, yeah, and it's an invasion. Like, it's not just a few refugees coming. Like, now it's turned into an invasion. And what country would let themselves be invaded and try and deny it? Like, it's just crazy.
That's exactly what's going on in Europe and America with these open borders.
Mm.
And then we're acting like, oh, they all have rights to good, equal lives. They all have rights to life. Yeah, they do, but they don't consider your life worth it. They don't think that you have the right to life.
No, and they want to come and replace the original people, and like they want to be the citizens. So I really see it that they're just replacing the original people just to get rid of them. They're going to outvote us very quickly.
Yep. And I don't like with the Mexicans. The Mexicans, they come into the state of California in America, and they just partake in the world. They don't try to dominate or take over. They just get their mundane jobs, and they're happy with their money that they make, and they support their families, and they're just happy with the blessings that they got. They actually see living in America as like a blessing for their life. But
Yeah,
these Arabs do not.
no,
They want
no.
they just want to conquer. It's like taking over the world, totalitarianism, and it's going to happen, folks, if you don't stand your ground.
That's right. It's definitely going to happen.
But I don't understand how the American Christians have allowed it to come so far. I mean, they're not Christian then. To allow homosexuality in the entire states without nobody rising up against this, then they're not Christian.
No, they've been put to sleep. Like, it's like
I don't care that they've been put to sleep. That doesn't justify it. I'm
it
sorry.
doesn't.
I mean, they were put to. Let's all be honest. Everybody in America was put to sleep the moment that John F. Kennedy took that bullet to his head. That's when America was put to sleep. Then
Yeah.
LBJ stood up and he started taking over, and here came the globalist union. Here came the NWO. And then when you look at George Bush Sr., who says, "I'm not going to lose," like he already knew the outcome of the fucking event, should have taught you all there that you have allowed a crime syndicate into your nation, and they don't care about you. John F. Kennedy cared about you, but they don't.
No, they sure don't. That's exactly right. So, really, the Christians aren't real Christians then, or else they wouldn't be putting up with it.
Exactly. They would have risen up a long time ago, but they haven't.
Yeah.
Now, but I also know how they've been put to sleep. They use trauma on them. They make the when you're traumatized, you feel very small, and when you feel very
Mm.
small, you're easily manipulated. You're coerced. You're told you'll need this and this and this to survive. and people go along with it. But here's the stupid thing: if you're a Christian, you know instinctively the only thing that you need to survive is Christ, is God.
Exactly.
So how could you call yourself a Christian if you're following the media that's telling you that you got to have survival foods, that you have to have um, lots of bullets stored up and guns stored up and everything like that? No. The only thing you need is your Bible. Your Bible is basically its own rocket. I mean, even if you died, you would still go to God again. I mean, where's the penalty here? That your family would lose you? Okay, that sucks. You know that if you have kids and you're a mother and then you die, that your kids have to grow up alone. That sucks. But for you yourself, if you're persecuted and you're killed, you're going to go to heaven. Blessed are those that are persecuted in my name.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Blessed,
I
not just average. Blessed, as in
mm,
superior high worship. You are glorified. You are entering. You got full. You got VIP entrance to heaven. Blessed. I wish people would actually understand the simple story about Christ and why he's not here right now, and that he is a carpenter, and that he's been spending over 6,000 years building your paradise. That's how much he loves you. I mean, people want to know how much Christ loves you. He's been building your paradise. He's making
that's
a
true.
house, especially for your needs, for everything that your heart has ever desired, everything that you've ever wanted and never had, for every shortcoming you never had on earth. It will all be fulfilled. I guarantee you this promise: everybody on the planet will cry and get on their knees the day that Christ returns. Promised. You'll all be on your knees. Every knee will bow. And people who are smart will cry and want forgiveness. People that are stupid will cry because they know that they're going to be condemned. You're all going to pay, one way or the other. We
Yeah, that's
don't.
powerful. That's powerful. I've got visions of that day too. It's just yeah, it's just going to be amazing when Christ does come back.
Yeah, no shit, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I've seen that picture. I've seen that situation in my head so many times. I've actually had I've had a couple of apocalypse dreams. I've actually had this is one of my scariest nightmares I've ever had. I was walking in my backyard, and all of a sudden I hear some horse hinnying in the backyard, in the background, and the whole sky turns black, and the moon turns to blood, and I just see four horses coming flying across the sky and fly right past me in a flyby. And I was just like, whoa, when I woke up to that. It's like I seen the four horsemen. And of all the biblical characters, I think that I have the most respect for, and the simple fact of being so dangerous, it's the four horsemen. And I do believe that at least two of them are already on Earth right now. I
oh,
mean,
definitely.
I don't know how, I can't really say that they're all here, but I do believe. I mean, because let's face it, the white horseman is going to be the Antichrist, and he's not here yet. So I don't believe that all
No,
fucking four horsemen came down at the same time. That wouldn't even make sense, anyways. That would be so overwhelming. And I mean, yeah, God does promise to make the days shorter and all that, but that would be too overwhelming. There would be nobody left on the planet if all four came down at once. I don't think so.
no, I don't think they all happen at once. Um, it does say that some of them do come earlier than others, like some of them are mentioned first. If they all came at once, it would say that they all came together. So I'm pretty sure that they're not coming together.
No, I don't think the world could survive if they did.
No, no.
But they're all going to be very powerful. And I don't think that two of them are going to stay behind at the same time either. I think that like one will come and go, then the next one will come and go. I don't think that Christ is that cruel that he would send all four at once. He knows that nobody would survive.
He
I made
does
it.
know that. And
I made
also,
it. Oh,
these
sorry, you go.
satanic people would fight. These satanic horsemen would fight with each other too. Like if all four of them were there, they wouldn't be happy just to have a quarter of the earth each. They'd want it all. So they'd fight amongst themselves, and that's another reason why they won't all be here at once.
Well, I don't know about that because I do believe that they are still controlled by Christ. I don't believe that Christ has no control over anything that he sets loose. I think that he has full control over them. So I don't think they would be able to dominate because Christ would just obliviate them, basically.
Right. Yeah, that's possible too. I mean, we don't know for certain, but I do think they're coming like one at a time myself.
If you ask any Christian today, where is Christ going to land when he returns? Everybody says, "Oh, Jerusalem, Mount of Olives. His feet are going to land on the Mount of Olives, and he'll crack open the Mount of Olives, and the Jews will pass through." It's like, okay, so basically none of you have even bothered to read the Bible.
Yeah,
It really blows my mind that nobody understands where he's going to land first, what he's going to do. People today don't even understand that the Antichrist is coming from Islam and that Islam is the genuine Antichrist system, proven by the fact of what the Bible says Jesus is going to do the moment he returns. How many people today
yeah.
actually ever heard of the Great Wine Press?
No, no, it's something Christians don't want to listen to. It's like Genesis chapter 6 when it talks about the sons of God coming down and taking wives of the daughters of men. I've never in my life ever heard that preached in any church,
No
ever.
way. That would never be preached. But
No, it
I'm
hasn't
just gonna
been.
play this in the background while we talk.
That's cool.
Don't need sound to it, but the sound makes it sound cooler. But it's just a video I've created, but it talks about biblical prophecy in Isaiah, and I don't know if you've actually seen it here. Isaiah 19:1, a prophecy against Egypt. See, the Lord rides on a swift cloud, and is coming to Egypt. The idols of Egypt tremble before him, and the hearts of the Egyptians melt with fear. See the Lord coming on a swift cloud. How many times is he going to keep coming? He's going to land in Egypt, folks. And what he does after that is quite astonishing. I'll tell you in a second. These are all pictures of the last couple of years of Egyptian problems that are occurring there, such as the overthrow of the regime. Okay, here's a picture of Christ, the lamb and the lion. I love the lion myself. I'm not too crazy about the lamb. I know that sounds weird, but that's who I am. I don't like seeing him as weak. I like seeing him as powerful. Behold, he cometh with the clouds, and every eye shall see him. And also the ones that are pierced, the ones that pierced him, and everybody will basically see him. Here's the Lord, another pictures of the king. In Isaiah 63:3, I have trodden the winepress alone. From the nations no one was with me. I trampled them in my anger, and I trod them down in my wrath. Their blood splattered my garments, and I stained all my clothing. Who is he talking about? Who is he talking about killing? Someone said it's a giant winepress when he lands in Egypt. Because he doesn't just kill the people that are in Egypt. We're talking about Jesus Christ killing people, okay? He's going to come down, he's going to kill and destroy 31 nations. Do we all understand this? Jesus Christ is going to come down and destroy 31 nations, and every one of these nations happens to be Muslim. Gee, you think that probably that maybe that might add up to the Muslims actually being the Antichrist system? Because even Jesus is coming down to destroy all the Muslims, and it's been written and prophesied in the Bible that that's what he's going to do. Do your churches ever talk about, hey, Jesus Christ is going to come down to earth and destroy 31 nations of what he calls the great wine press?
No, the churches will never talk about that. And what's going to happen closer to the end times is that we're apparently going to find the churches uniting. So we're going to have like the Christian churches and the Muslims and the Jews uniting somehow. Hasn't
No.
happened yet, but somehow we're going to get closer to that.
Yeah, you're talking about Islam.
Yeah, so we're going to have like all these Muslims are going to be in most countries. So it's going to be they're going to be spread out everywhere. It's going to be hard to when
I
Jesus
said,
comes back, he's going to spend a lot of time, get going in every country and doing what he's going to do.
if they ban guns, I suggest every Christian gets themselves at least two dogs and trains their
Dogs,
dogs
these
how to.
dogs are great.
Yeah, but dogs serve a different purpose. They're blasphemy to Islam. Muslims don't want anything to do with dogs.
Oh, okay.
So if you get a couple of dogs, it's more protection for yourself.
Oh, it's interesting. I didn't know that.
That's why I have two dogs. And they're both well trained into biting and attacking any intruders.
Wow, that's
I,
great.
I don't tolerate that. I'm not gonna risk it either. I mean, I put on the armor of God. You know, you put on the armor of God, you got to have the weapon as well. And since you're not allowed to
I
have
do.
guns here, you got to protect yourself in any ways possible. Get yourself a land shark. Get yourself two land sharks.
Definitely. There's still lots of crime without guns. Like the safest places are where people have many, many guns. You know, that's been shown over and over
Oh
again
yeah,
that when you ban
definitely.
the guns, the crime goes way up.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, what's a car? A car is a giant hand grenade. I mean,
Mm,
it's a bomb. Let's face it. You're riding on flammable fuel that constantly combusts. It's basically a bomb. And yet they don't worry about all the millions of bombs out there, but they're worried about your guns because a projectile can shoot a lot further than a bomb can travel. And
mm.
they want to get you from a distance. They don't want to get you up close. They don't want to burst into your house and get you. They'll get you on the street. They want to get you from a distance. I mean, all these billions of rounds that the American government has bought and has proven that. Ugh.
Yeah, and a lot of rounds are like illegal to use in war. They're like, I think they're called dum-dum bullets that do a lot of damage. Like you're not allowed to use them even in war. So
Yeah, but
having them in your own country is pretty evil.
you're not even allowed to use tear gas in war. It's
No,
a
you're not
chemical
actually.
weapon.
You're not allowed to use any weapons, like
It's a
any
chemical weapon.
biological
And yet
weapons.
they use it on the American public all the time.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I saw a YouTube video in France how French people were blockading the tunnel to England, and the French police just came and sprayed them all with tear gas, sprayed them with mace all in their faces.
Oh, I didn't
So
see
that's
that.
pretty evil. That's evil. Well, you don't want to see it; it'll make your blood boil.
Was it current or recently or?
It's current. The strike's on. Like in England now, they've got thousands of lorries stuck on the English side, and the English police are giving them like sandwiches and cold drinks. So it's happening now.
So France is boycotting England?
No, they're blockading the tunnel. They're blockading the road because the French want more pay, or they want they're striking for some reason. I don't know what it is exactly.
Interesting. I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
but all the illegals, all the Muslims are trying to jump on the tracks and just, you know, the driver said that we can't do anything. If we do something, they'll pull us out and beat us on the road. So, you know, those people aren't getting tear gassed.
No, they're not. They're being encouraged.
Yeah, they are being encouraged.
The whole world has gone insane, man. It's the opposite of what it's supposed to be. Again, the devil's work.
It is. It is. And what women, especially, they have no trouble with illegal immigration. They have no trouble with millions of Muslims coming to your country because the women think the Muslims are going to be their slaves. Like, they think they've turned men into their slaves, and all these newcomers will just come and be their slaves as well. So,
Yeah, I
women are
know.
going to get a big rude awakening one day. It's going to be pretty bad for them.
Oh yeah, but I mean, yeah. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, in a way, I think they kind of deserve it. I mean, they've
Yeah,
been
well,
doing it for
they are
60.
going to.
But they, yeah, I don't like the mixing there of people. I don't want it to become Saudi America, because
No.
how many people know out there that Saudi Arabia actually stands for mixed people? That it actually translates into the mixed people. That's what Saudi Arabia
Wow.
means, the mixed people. And yeah, that's what the Bible talks about too. That they are the mixed people. I actually have to get my Bible. Do you ever watch Waleed Shubat or anything that he has to say?
No, I haven't watched him for a while. I've been watching the Hagman and Hagman report recently, but it's not in-depth theology. It's just sort of like current events.
I've been listening to Tom Horn a lot lately, but he's getting on my nerves. I
Yeah, he did a book about a year ago. It
have
was
the
called
book.
Petrus Romanus about the Pope. So nobody's predicted that there would be two popes in the end time because Ratzinger is still the Pope as well as this Argentinian man. So nobody has
You still
Brilliant.
there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, that was weird. It sounded like you broke it up for a minute.
Not static.
Uh, I was just looking through my book here for a minute. How many people today in America ever bothered to read up to 7 pages into the first book of the Bible? Just the
Yeah, the answer is very few. I can't find people who've read the very first page where it says
exactly,
that all men are equal, created in the image of God.
exactly. No evolution. But hey,
That's
folks,
right.
folks, let me read to you on the seventh page of the first book in the Bible. You all say you read the Bible. Well, let's just see that. Okay, so Genesis 6:4. There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old and of renown. So, in other words, there were giants on this planet. How many people know out there today that there were actually giants on this planet? You all see the pyramids being built, and you wonder how that was done. Then you believe the global story that there was a bunch of slaves that built the pyramids, even though that is completely impossible. How do you explain
Yeah,
the Easter Islands?
yeah, those monoliths on the Easter Island. And they've
Isn't
even
that
got well
weird?
known.
Isn't
Sorry?
that so? Isn't the Easter Islands so obvious now, and Stonehenge so obvious now when you know there were Nephilim? Doesn't that finally explain the obvious heads we've seen on the Easter Islands? And not just heads, but there's also been full bodies carved out of the stone as well. Uh,
Yeah, it explains it to me. And they're so big that primitive tribes couldn't have moved them into lines. Like they're into very strict rows. Like you're talking about a thousandth of an inch. Out of the line. Like it couldn't have been done in those old times.
yeah, and the Nazca lines as well in Peru,
Mm,
and the 40-ton rocks in Peru. How we couldn't even lift them today.
no, no, it's not. It's not possible. Not even by today's standards. And yet primitive people made them. So it's obvious that there were giants or were some kind of race there doing the work. Something we don't know about happened.
When Moses reached the promised land, right? And they had to take down the. I mean, sorry, when Jericho was attacked, many people don't understand that Jericho was actually a city filled with giants. Nobody seems to get
Wow.
that. It's so obvious now that when you think about it, that the city of Jericho was filled with giants, and it had to be overcome so that Lot and the family would have. Lot and the people would have a place to go, and that would be the new promised land. They had to take it, and that's why they took down Jericho. But Jericho was filled with giants. This was a whole terrain and a whole land filled with giants, and everybody understands. Well, okay, there was Goliath, and he was a giant, but it's like it doesn't dawn on people that they think that Goliath was like maybe like 7 foot tall, and therefore he was a giant. No, he was a giant. Ugh. There have been remains found on this planet of people up to 36 feet tall. That's 12 meters, folks. If you don't know what 12 meters is, your average diving board and your average swimming hole that's a high dive is like 3 meters tall. I mean, what's 12 meters now? It's like the size of a house, a two-story house or a three-story house. I mean, yeah, it's like 3 or 4 stories tall. It's big. It's a big deal. And these are the ones that were lifting up the rocks and placing them in place. These are the ones that were acting like the cranes for the giant rocks that built the pyramids. I mean, you got to remember that the Nephilim were not just abominations that didn't have a brain. They had the brain of an angel, but they also had the evil of Lucifer in them. They were really evil. They were actually eating humanity. And everybody wonders why Noah was the one that was chosen to build the boat. But maybe, just maybe, Noah was the only human being left whose DNA was not corrupted, and his entire family bloodline was not corrupted. So therefore, they were allowed onto the boat, and they were saved. But in the times of Noah, everything was corrupted, and all the DNA was altered. So it make sense too that Noah was the only one to be saved, and his what do you call them? His children and their wives. It's just too all coincidental, folks.
It is. And can I just get back to Goliath? Not many people understand that David, he had many stones that day because Goliath had brothers, and the Bible doesn't actually specify how many. The Bible just names one other brother who was also a giant. But many Christians believe there were four brothers at least. So Goliath was a giant, his family were giants. So why is it so hard to believe that they're not from the Nephilim? I mean, it's obvious that these people weren't totally human. I mean,
Well, yeah,
yeah,
because
Goliath wasn't the only one. There were many giants.
yes, because even the ancient Grecian people they talk about giants, they call them the Titans. They were also just the
They do.
Nephilim. So all the way up to the Grecian Empire, there were still rumors of giants and Nephilim. So we're talking past the Roman era, past the Persian era, that they're still existing, and that they're existing in such numbers that people are very aware of them all the way out into the Mediterranean Sea, which is quite far from the mainland Middle East. And in the Middle East too, I mean, there were some giants there, but most of them were more like in the ancient areas of Peru. Uh, we don't know how many giants were actually on the earth. It would be kind of fascinating to find out. But if we know that one third of the angels fell, and we are roughly guessing that there are around 18,000 angels, you can pretty much guess that there might have been around 6,000 Nephilim. I'm guessing there was roughly 6,000 giants on the planet at one time. That's my rough estimated guess. I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but one giant, on Earth. I mean, that's already a lot of food to feed every day. There wasn't going to be a giant mass of them all, but they were very powerful and very strong, and they were definitely abominations.
Yeah, that's for real. They definitely were. And I'm looking at one Chronicles chapter 20 verse 5. It names Goliath's brother,
Give me one
and
second. I want to
so
find it. Okay, okay, go on and tell me. I'll just look it up.
I'll read it while you're looking. It's 1 Chronicles chapter 20 verse 5, and it said that Goliath's brother was called Lamai, the brother of Goliath, and he was slain.
What verse did you say it was?
1 Chronicles chapter 20 verse 5. Oh, sorry, verse 5. And it's talking about war with the Philistines. The Philistines were also giants.
Yeah, they were also giants. Exactly. There were many giants on the earth, folks.
So why aren't Christians actually waking up and even showing an interest? I mean, when I go to church, absolutely everybody's just staring at their iPhones, just dying to get out, just texting their friends. Like nobody even has an interest in finding out the real truth about the world.
Well,
It's very scary.
I have two. I've come up with two answers for that. One is very disturbing. Okay, there's the boredom of the church. For the church makes governmental church makes church seem boring, so therefore people don't want to go to church. They also lure people in using the television on Sunday mornings by putting on football and stuff like that to make it very appealing not to go to church. But they
Yeah,
also have boring sermons. They don't have the real genuine. A church should be like of going to a family reunion every week.
it should be. It
It
should
should be
be.
feeling like you go up there and you all bring a pie, or the person brings a pot of chili, or you have this giant potluck and everybody eats, gets together, talks together. It's like a Last Supper every Sunday. That's what it's supposed to be like, but that's not what it is anymore. Uh, so they make it very boring, or they put in the happy glory hippie mass music, everything that is not real Christian related. They don't talk to you about the story. They don't pray. They don't even tell prayers anymore with each other. Uh, the church is basically dead, so therefore people are losing interest in it. But the other reason is that this is the horrifying one: is that America still believes in the pre-tribulation rapture. So they're all like, okay, let it come down, let it rain down upon us. That way Christ will get us out of here.
Yeah, and the scary thing about the pre-trib rapture, even if you believe it, it's a very few people are gonna be raptured. It's like 144,000 people, and then in America with a population of like 300 and something million, like that must tell them that most people aren't gonna get raptured anyway. But people just think they're gonna be the one who is. So yeah, it's a hard delusion. I think it's a big delusion for these people.
Well, I'm not sure about the 144,000. I know that they're going to be a select group of 144,000 that will sing hymns and songs on the day that Christ returns, but I don't believe that they're going to be the ones that are during the first rapture and that everybody sleeps for 1,000 years and then they go. I don't know what would happen to the people that are slumbering for those that 1,000 years. The Bible says that the second rapture will happen 1,000 years after.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've studied it from what I've studied. Like these pre-trib rapture people, they believe that 144,000 are going to be raptured. That's the general kind of number. But um, for 1,000 years, that's when the millennium is happening on Earth. So when Jesus comes back and has his millennial kingdom, the people who are alive in that time will be in that kingdom, and then at the end of it, that's the second 1,000 year rapture. But I don't think most of it's true, so I definitely don't believe in a pre-trib rapture, so I haven't spent much time looking into it.
We just got a comment here from Ohio 888. For Muslims, a church, mosque is a men's gathering place, but it's also for you as well. It's also a embassy, a place of refuge. You also consider it to be a domination point where you believe that now you own the land. If you were to build a mosque in downtown Los Angeles, people that go to the mosque believe that they now own that land as well, and you don't. It still belongs to America. Islam is just a very totalitarian lifestyle. It's do it our way or be killed, and that is not free will. And our God Jehovah is all about free will. If he was not about free will, Allah would not be existing today. Guaranteed. Because if Jehovah did not believe in free will, he would have killed Lucifer at the moment that Lucifer decided to betray him and the angels and heaven. It would have been he would have been thrown in prison and locked up. As a matter of fact, Lucifer will be locked up one day for 1,000 years, locked up in shackles. Um, which leads me to the other point here about the 1,000 year tribulation thing. You know, Lucifer is going to be released after 1,000 years, and he's going to attack Jerusalem. And this is where all the raptured people then come up and fight against him, right?
Yeah, I have heard that's what they believe, yes.
He wrote another comment. Russian Orthodox is an old woman's gathered place and very few men. Debatable about that. I do believe that once the Russian Tsar was overthrown, that it released the atheist and nihilist, according to Albert Pike's letter and message. So I do think that the Tsar served a pretty good purpose. They kept control, and they were kind of like the religious police back in the day. Now we have religious police in the Middle East, but we don't have it in the West anymore. They kept certain values, and they kept made sure that everything stayed traditional. They played their role, they played their purpose, and they were destroyed for it. So, I mean, clearly,
And Russian Orthodox, only men can be priests, and they are allowed to be married. If you're already married before you became a priest, you can still be one. But for Russian Orthodox, there's many men there. Like the family is very promoted, so like all the fathers and the sons come too. So it's not just for old women, but I guess mainly old women go to church, so maybe that's what he means.
he writes, "My church's MGTOW oriented channels." That's it. Well, I'm a pretty MGTOW orientated channel, but I'm also Christian related and Christian based. I mean, I tell a lot of men the reason why you should go MGTOW is that the Bible really tells you how bad females are, and they are naughty by nature.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. If I thought that MGTOW wasn't Christian, I wouldn't be doing it myself. So I definitely believe it. I mean,
it's,
the way,
it's definitely Christian based, but it hasn't dawned on the people yet. It hasn't dawned on the MGTOWers yet that MGTOW is actually Christian. They haven't realized that yet. They will, but they just stepped out of the first step of the matrix. You know, I mean, this is the true fact about it. Every Makeover believes today that they've actually stepped out of the matrix, that they're out completely. But the only way you're actually ever out is when you understand that God is the only God and Christianity is the real way to go. And the rest is just matrix. So you might have stepped out of one part of the matrix, but you're still in the matrix. I mean, to be fully awakened is to be fully out of the matrix. I mean, people are still stuck in the matrix today, and they're fighting marriage laws, abortion, and all that stuff. That's still living in the matrix.
I agree with you. And most men who get divorced, they just get married again straight away, so they're jumping back into the fire. So
Yep.
I think that's crazy myself.
Yep.
I mean,
But
look at Mel Gibson, Hulk Hogan. They've all remarried, and the new marriages don't seem to be working that well. Mel Gibson had a Russian woman, and she's already left him.
yeah, these. I mean, let's just be honest, folks. There was no book that ever taught you that women were evil. Only the Bible. How do you mention? How do you, I mean? How do you justify that if the Bible is not true? You've always heard that women are gracious and more caring and emotional and loving creatures, and the truth is the complete opposite again. The reverse of them once again.
It is. It's another reverse. That's true.
They're only sweet, kind, and loving until you slip a ring around their finger, or they can no longer pretend to be sweet, caring, loving, and kind.
Yeah, that's true. Because as soon as you get into a relationship, all these things start happening. Like
As
she
soon as
drives a wedge between you and your friends, you and your family. So it's pretty bad how deceptive they are.
I've noticed a pattern with females. It's right after you've seen them naked for the first time, everything changes. If, if,
Yeah.
if you genuinely, as a guy, want to have a female friend, this is somebody like ever shoot the shit with, or to get a female's perspective on point of things, don't ever look at her naked. If you want to keep that friend, they change once you see them naked. I guarantee you. They become. I don't know, man. They act like they own you now, or that you are now their bitch. Like their pussy controls you. The power of the pussy compels you. The power of the pussy compels you. And it's like, no, it doesn't do anything for me. It just means that I've seen you naked and I've seen what color tits you had.
Yeah. No,
I
I
mean, really,
definitely see your point.
where does
Yeah,
this
they
false
do.
delusion of power come from? I mean, it's just a bunch of flesh. It's like, okay, yes, you are beautiful, and that's about it. What else do you want from me? You want me to get on my hands and knees and beg you to stay with me because you are beautiful? Really? You think that you're some kind of god? Because that's the only kind of loyalty God gets from me. I would never get this to anybody else. That's God's loyalty. That's only God is deserving of that because He gives it back to me. Would you be as loyal to me as He is? No.
No, she wouldn't. Definitely not.
Would you love me like He does? No. I mean, I
No
really,
woman can't love.
I said this before, and I'll say it again, guys. The love of God beats the love of any vagina out there. It really does. It can't. There's not even a comparison there. God can give you everything that a female cannot give you. And what I really think is funny is that every man has a certain point of view of a female, and they learn over time that females are not how they expected them to be. But the views that they have are the views from Adam. Where do you get the idea as a kid growing up that women are soft, caring, loyal, loving, giving, childbearing, uh, forgiving? Where do you get these ideas from? They're born into you. They're like traits that you're born with, and over time you learn that they're not true. But these desires that you have are there for a reason. They're still godly given. God wants you to go out and procreate. He gives you these feelings and He gives you these emotions about females, and you believe them. But it would have been true. God's feelings about women would have been true if they were godly women. But they're not godly women. And godly women who really submit to God are those women that are good, loving, caring, loyal, giving, generous. But most women today don't believe in God. So therefore they are not godly women. And they live, they destroy everything they get. Even God speaks about women all the time. He says the godly woman will have a really strong, powerful house, and the ungodly woman will tear her own house down. It's very clear that he's basically saying, that you either submit as females towards men, or you're going to have a very self-destructive life. And yet females today, they want to live the self-destructive life. Then they want to cry and complain about the self-destructive life. So therefore they get sympathy. Yet they don't deserve the sympathy because they're not submitting to men and they're not following their own sexual gender roles. And that's what we're talking about, the rebellion. It's a stupid rebellion with no end to it, but also no goal to it. There is no goal in the destruction of man. There is no goal in the destruction of family. There is no goal in the destruction of marriage. The only goal there is a satanic one. You don't gain anything as a human being for turning away from the other half of your species. What could you possibly gain from that? Go ahead, turn away from the other half of your species and see what the fuck you gain from it. Absolutely nothing. But then you add in money, which belongs directly to the devil, and Jesus Christ himself says the root of all evil comes from what? The love of money. And you'll see how Satan has literally driven a wedge between humanity. But here's the bad thing. All the Christians are just allowing it. They're not stopping it. They're not going against the legal system. We're not trying to control anything. We're not trying to put anything back into control because America has been completely brainwashed with political correctness.
Yeah, that's definitely for real. And the way I look at it, like 200 years ago, a Christian man could have a wife and could have children, and he'd be pretty certain that there'd never be a divorce or never be problems. But now the devil is so loosed.
But he would also be happy, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah, in those days, because things would have worked out for him. But now the devil has got such a big power.
But everything went by the divine way. Everything went by the divine way back then. Woman loved God, man loved God. And together, man loved woman, woman loved man. Simple. That element of God has been removed, so therefore no marriage can even last anymore. And the ones that do last are secret closet Christians, guaranteed. If they're not full-fledged Christians.
Yeah.
I would like to know right now, what we know today is that 52% of the marriages end up in divorce. So that 48% that survives, I want to know what religion they are. I guarantee you that at least 90% of them are Christian. They understand.
Yeah.
How many atheist marriages are really out there today? Are there many of them out there today? I don't know. I do believe that Christian marriages are the ones that lead to many children being born. I mean, an atheist religion family usually has one child, and they spoil the shit out of that child and turn him into a full-fledged narcissist who only believes in evolution. The strongest shall survive. But it's the Christian families out there that go off and have 3, 4, 5 children. And it's the lowlives out there that go off and have 10, 12 children and dump them all off on the government.
Yeah, that's for real. That's for real. It's like the worst people are having the most children because the worst people get all their mistakes are corrected by the government. It's like women, they go out there, they spread their legs, they have babies, and the government gives them a check for 20 years. Government gives them a house, gives them schooling for their children, which is just the woman pushes the kid out to go to school like she just wants to get rid of it. It's not a good thing for the kid to be at school for so many years. And all these mistakes that the poor people make are just corrected because other people are just paying their taxes and not thinking about, if I didn't pay tax, I'd only have to work 1 day a week and I could have 6 days a week with my children and my family. But no, people don't think that, so they just keep paying their taxes.
No, but also the poor people also have more free time on their hands and they procreate more.
Yeah, that's another thing too. They've got all the time in the world to, to just, do what they want with their lives.
Yeah, so. They have 1 o'clock in the afternoon sex, 3 o'clock in the afternoon sex, 4 o'clock in the afternoon sex, and that's how they live their lives.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it's all coming to an end soon. As we talked about earlier, God's taking his blessings away from Western countries, so there's not going to be money for that for much longer. I'm thinking about 2 or 3 years, and most Western countries are going to be in a very bad way.
I made a video about that, about the blessings of America being taken away. I just want to see if I can find it for a minute. I don't know if I can't remember if I kept it or if I erased it, so continue on talking. I'm just going to look for a link really quick.
Yeah, sure. It's a subject that really I've been thinking about a lot because we've got half the population, well, maybe 51% in most Western countries, are female, and all their mistakes are just corrected by the government. They get pregnant, they either A, have an abortion, or B, have the baby. And if they choose to have the baby, they get a lifetime of welfare. They have to write the father's name, so they put any man's name on the birth certificate. The government goes after child support, and we all know it's mummy support, it's not child support. And then the women don't have to work for 20 years. They get free housing from the government, free medical care, free schooling. Or there's so much more than just the welfare for the food and clothes. Like they're given so much, and it's like when men make mistakes, their mistakes aren't corrected by the government. Like men commit crimes, they go to jail, they come out, they can't get work, can't pay their child support, can't get on with their lives. And in comparison, women's mistakes are corrected. Women get on with their lives. They can still get jobs, even with felonies, even with crimes on their records. It's overlooked, but men can't do that, and men can't even have an abortion. If a woman got pregnant, the man can't even choose not to go ahead and not have the baby. Like there's no savior. It's the woman would override him. And I'm not for forcibly aborting babies, but I'm just saying that men don't have that choice. So we've got such an unfair society. It's a society that's doomed to fail because any society that doesn't have just weights, just laws, it can't last because people will get so fed up. But it'll happen very suddenly. It's like the French Revolution in 1789. All the French kings and queens and rich people thought they'd be rich forever, that the peasants will never revolt and hang them. But it suddenly did happen, and 10% of the population of France was hung, or the guillotine was used on them in 1789. So it's going to keep going. America and the West are going to keep going until the day when it suddenly all changes, and it's going to come without warning. I think it's
Let
just
the,
going to be a sudden thing. Are you there?
let them all eat cake.
Yeah, Marie Antoinette. She said that, and she was the one who lost her head, which I think
Yep.
was well deserved. For the way she wasted money building beautiful homes and palaces while people were starving. I mean, it's the same in America. It's American society and Western society is going to keep going until the day when it just all falls apart suddenly. It's going to be like that.
Have you ever noticed that history does repeat itself, and that it
It
actually
definitely does.
and that it actually repeats itself according to the Bible? And
It
then
does.
When the Bible is almost fulfilled, but then the evil gets stopped, that history starts all over again. Like people are actually calling Stalin the Antichrist. They were calling Mao Zedong the Antichrist. They were calling Hitler the Antichrist. And because goodness kept putting a stop to it, it just reset itself, and then it completely
Mm,
fulfills the Bible again. Biblical prophecy built up again, and then goodness overthrows evil. Then it restarts again. It seems like it's a continuous cycle, man. Of like until the Bible actually, until goodness can no longer win, that's when the earth will be destroyed. And since we now live in an age of nuclear bombs and nuclear weaponry, this could be the final showdown. And I do believe it is the final showdown. I just don't know how far we are into the final showdown because I don't really know right now what is completely false and what is completely accurate. But that kind of fulfills biblical prophecy when God says even his elect will shall be confused. So I'm not sure,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I see a lot of confusion today, especially in churches. I mean, nobody even knows what a family is anymore. They don't know what marriage is anymore. So,
Yeah, but that's not
there's so
confusion.
much.
That's not
Well,
confusion. They do that themselves. That's not the genuine confusion I'm talking about. I'm talking about the confusion between knowing who's the good side and who's the bad side. I mean, that you'd want to destroy your own family, that's your own choice, you know. Nobody could ever come into your life and say, hey, man, change your life this way and become a decent family. It doesn't work that way. I mean, even if your pastor sat there and telling you how you're supposed to change your family for the better and you disagree, then you change pastors. You don't change your life. I mean, so I don't
right.
understand why people could ever say, "Oh yeah, my family's going to hell because of what's going on in life right now." I'm like, no, 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 no. You're responsible for your own family. You know that if you make changes, if you start, allowing your daughter to go out pretty late and stay out pretty late, if you allow no boundaries, no rules, and no responsibilities, that bad things will happen to your family. I don't believe that anything that the world can be doing right now can actually impact the family to not being a family anymore. Because even if I was married and I got divorced and I lost my kids to my wife, my children would still love me just as much as they did the same day that they left me because I'm the father of them. Nothing could change the family. It's only human beings that change the family. So I do completely disagree that the family's going to hell. I think everybody's responsible for the family going to hell because we can always overrun the government. We can always overthrow the government. We outrank them 100 to 1. I mean, they stand no chance against us. Yet we continuously taking up the butt. We're always like, okay, give us more shit, give us more shit, give us more shit, beat us up some more, beat us up some more, subdue us some more. We'd never put a stop to it. I mean, how dare they call themselves Christian and allow this to happen?
Yeah,
Where,
yeah, that's
where
true.
was the where was the Christian revolt last week when the freaking White House said that all the states now have to legalize gay marriage? Where was the Christian revolt and uprising? Didn't
No,
exist.
there wasn't any. There wasn't any. Just like there wasn't when JFK was obviously assassinated, and there wasn't after like 9/11. Like people just I don't know. I don't know if they are going to, but they're going to have to. I mean, if people don't revolt, we're going to get a cashless society. We're going to get a total hellish place where there's no work, no jobs, no money, no freedom. Like, I don't know. I don't know if people are going to slowly take it and just never revolt. It's going to be interesting to see what does happen.
Well, I have no respect for humanity when they do that,
Hmm.
and I will not. I don't know, man. I feel sorry for God every single day that He made us and the beautiful creation that He made us, and He has to watch us every single day self-destruct and terminate each other. And like He's like, that's not why I created you. I mean, for the last 6,000 years, that's all He's seen in mankind. Look what He writes in Genesis. He was sorry He ever made us.
It
That
did.
hurts, man.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Here's the creator of love. Every guy out there who's ever loved his girlfriend, to every guy out there that has ever loved his mother or his parents, that creator that gave you that feeling is actually saying, "Man, I regret making you in the first place." And the movie Terminator 2, man. And you look at that movie now, it's like, damn, that whole movie's coming to life.
Oh, it so is. Yeah, it definitely is.
I mean,
That's one.
even
That's one of my favorite movies.
yeah, it's one of my favorites too. And Arnold did a good job on that fucking Nazi.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was like 11 years old or something when that movie came out, and I remember crying when Arnold went down the lava at the end. I
Mm,
was a kid,
mm,
so that's justifiable. I wouldn't do that now, though. I mean, now I just be laughing at it like, "Ah, you fucking Nazi, you're burning." I have a whole
yeah, of
different, I
course.
have a whole different aspect for him now. But as a kid, man, that
Yeah.
was pretty powerful. I don't like all these new movies with Terminator. I haven't even watched them, and I stopped watching like after Salvation or something like that. The movie where the Terminator goes into the graveyard and grabs the coffins out and they're filled with guns. That's the last Terminator I've seen. They just
Yeah,
they
that's the
become
third one. Yeah, that's the third one with that lesbian. She played the robot who's against Sarah Connor. Yeah. Yeah, that's Terminator 3. It was made about 2003.
she's really a lesbian.
Yeah, yeah. Um
She used to
Shoot, I can't remember her name, but yeah,
I know
there's
it's in my head too, but she used to play
Christiana Loken. Christiana Loken.
yeah she used to play a Mortal Kombat show,
Oh, okay.
and that's where I know her from. But I didn't know she was a lesbian. I should have known actually with the short hair. That should have given it away. I never
Well,
thought about it.
everyone with their short hair now, so it's hard to tell.
Exactly, they're all going that butch bitch look.
Yeah, yeah, but no. But Terminator 2, I think was it's such a rare movie that was better than the first one. It was so much better than the very first Terminator film. So yeah, it's
Many
a
people
rare
today have
movie.
not even seen part one.
Oh, well, I can believe that. When it came out in 1984, most people weren't born. Well, many people weren't born then, so they didn't even want to look at it.
Well, I think part one still is one of the best sex scenes I've ever seen in movies. Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah, the conception of John Connor. Yeah,
it was pretty well acted. It was pretty well done. I mean, and The Terminator looks super fake though, man. When he gets the skin peeled off of him, he just looks like super animated. That's quite funny. Poor
Yeah.
construction. Part two was really good, yeah. I mean, in every aspect too, even the music choice with Guns N' Roses. Which brings me to the band Guns N' Roses, and I have to almost wonder why they call themselves Guns N' Roses. And it almost makes me think that it might have something to do with the John F. Kennedy assassination.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I've never really researched Guns N' Roses, so I'm not sure.
Well, there is the aspect of Jackie Kennedy, with that story going around the day that John F. Kennedy was shot, where she killed him. That whole day she was receiving yellow flowers. That whole week she was receiving yellow flowers from every town that she went to. But on that particular day, she received red roses, and there was a gun involved, so Guns N' Roses. So I'm wondering if that's where they got their name from. I don't know. But anyways,
Anything. Yeah. I mean, a demon could have influenced them to take that name. Like,
exactly.
anything could have influenced them. So yeah. I mean, who knows?
I think it's very important that people start realizing once again that there are demons out there. The people have to
So
understand that it's so obvious. Here's all the countries of the world getting together to create one building. I mean, come on. If the language barrier doesn't disturb you a little bit, it's still like building the Tower of Babel. Ugh.
mm, it is. It is. But demons are so obvious in the Bible. They're explicitly written in the Bible many times. Like Jesus, he would take demons out of people. He would heal people of demons. And one time the demons went into a herd of, I think it was a herd of pigs, and threw
Yeah,
himself over the edge of a cliff. So
yeah.
there's definitely demons out there.
Well, yeah, especially because the Bible tells you that they're the Nephilim spirits.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're the fallen angels who don't have bodies. That's what a demon is.
But the Bible tells you also what the demons do in this world. Then you see people doing it, and they want. Look what they want. Look what a celebrity wants. They want to be praised and worshipped. I wonder who else
They
wants
do.
that. Who else wants to
Yeah.
praise and worship? Who else wants to act like they are better than everybody else? I wonder. Gee. I mean, who else will say anything and do anything for money? Gee, I think. Let me see here. Who else will lie, cheat, and steal and deceive to reach the top? Hmm. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the 1980s. I mean, the perfect example of a demon possessed person everybody fucking thinks today is Beyonce. Wrong. The most demon filled celebrity that has ever existed is Madonna.
Madonna? Yeah,
Yeah.
Madonna. I'm glad I knew that. Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Oh
even
my
if you just
God.
listen to the story of her life, how she reached the top, it was stepping on everybody to get there, just crushing all of her opponents and crushing everybody else. It was amazing, man. And how she reached the top. She slept her way to the top. I'm sorry. She slithered her way to the top. Seriously, slithered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh. And now today, people are following this role model, and I think that's the way to be. And like I said in my last video, these women today, man, these singers, they're acting like oversexed sex kittens. Like, come fuck me right now while I sing you a song. It's a total siren, man. And people don't even notice it. I mean, everybody
No.
thinks of a siren of a boat crashing on shore. What about your soul crashing on earth? Why you're just simply giving your soul open? I mean, when you listen to this music, you're actually opening up a gateway to demons, and not just one or two demons. You're opening yourself up to the entire arsenal of Satan. But not only that, you are opening up the arsenal towards your entire family. You're bringing this stuff into your family to attack your family and attack yourself. I'm dealing with a
Yeah.
girl right now who's online. I told you guys yesterday. I know a girl that went to an Ariana Grande concert, and then when she came back, she was a completely fucking different person than I knew her before. And now she's in a serious depression. I haven't spoken to her in almost 2 weeks. She's not come online. She's clearly depressed. It's very obvious this music influenced her. This concert influenced her. I told her to come online and say a prayer with me, and I can clearly hear her demons going at me, like, get away from us. We like it in here.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Well,
really
I
bad.
hope you can help her. I hope she comes back online, but it's her decision, really.
Yeah, exactly. I laid it down very flat. I said, you're clearly demon possessed. It's very obviously you're demon possessed. You go to a concert, you were dressed like a sex kitten. You completely were influenced by this woman. You were screaming your head off for her. And now you come back, you have a sore throat, you've lost your voice, and you say you are depressed. And you're also telling me that you need her constant music to satisfy your soul. Very clearly, then, that you are clearly demon possessed. And she thinks,
Mm.
no, I just need the emotional high to get me through. And it's like, no, you need the demons that are all in that CD to constantly tell you that things are all right. You are turning over to the dark side. Dun
Wow.
dun 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 dun. Dun. Star Wars music.
Yeah, I was just thinking Star Wars, yeah. But isn't it cool being MGTOW? Like, people like Madonna and all these ones who sleep their way to the top, like they're not going to get very far with us because we just aren't going to sleep with them basically, and aren't going to marry them, and we're really not going to get very far with MGTOWs. I don't
Sharon
think. You're
Stone.
like,
Did you hear
oh
the?
yeah,
Did you hear that recent interview she gave? That no man wants to fuck her. She actually made
well,
an
she is
interview.
60 years old
No, well, she's still a good-looking woman for her age, but no man wants to fuck her because she's actually seen as a predator. But not only as a
now.
predator, but as a woman who kills people. She made that movie Scissors, man, where she would fuck and then kill somebody, and no guy wants to touch her anymore. And because she's literally become so overexposed, nobody wants to be with her. It's like, yeah, I already seen your pussy. Why do I want to be with you for? I already know what you look like.
Yeah, exactly. And she said something. There's a cool quote of Sharon Stone, and she said that the more powerful I am, the more I can hurt men. It goes something like that. It's a very, very famous quote. So that's another reason no one wants to sleep with her anymore. But she would have slept with so many men and women by now. I mean, you're just getting like, oh man, you're just getting like garbage at the garbage dump. Really. I mean,
Yep.
what's the point of it?
I can already imagine her like being completely used as a sex toy at the casting couch. Ugh.
Exactly.
She like
Exactly. Like
shoving
you're,
dicks
you're
up
not
her
getting
ass.
anything of value.
I think if you stick your dick up her pussy right now, it'd feel like a hot dog going through a big tunnel.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd hate to think. I just hate to think what's in there. So, yeah. But all these women, they're not going to get far with MGTOW. Like, it's kind of. I'm not saying that we're like Jesus, but I'm just saying that women would have manipulated Jesus. Like, all these prostitutes and all these people would have tried to sleep with him, and Jesus would have just not even been tempted. So,
Yeah, he's like, get away from
it's
me, demons. Stand
yeah,
behind me,
exactly.
Satan.
E- Exactly. So what once you can conquer like your desires to for sex and stuff, like you'll have a much better life. People won't be able to manipulate you.
Jesus comes walking into a building, and a woman comes rushing in and drops to his knees and starts crying at his feet and washing his feet with her tears and her hair. And Jesus says, look what she's doing for me. You haven't even done this for me. He's just like basically saying, he's almost like putting this woman in her place, like this is what females are supposed to do. I don't know. He didn't give her any sexual attention or like good girl, show me your tits or anything like that. He could have had sex with any woman on the planet, man. I mean, could you imagine all the women knowing at that time that Jesus Christ is alive, who can give them the biggest orgasm of their life? They would all be flocking towards him, and he never
Exactly.
never took part in any of that. He didn't have to. I mean, he already
No,
knows that they all look like nude. First of all, he knows what their thoughts are like. He can hear everybody's thoughts. People don't understand that when Jesus was walking on the planet, he understood everybody's thoughts.
he did.
He
He
actually
did. He could
blew
read
up.
their minds.
He actually got angry at the Jews standing in the council that all wanted to persecute him, and he was telling them their own thoughts back and calling them evil for it. He called them a brood of vipers,
Mm,
and that's because he heard their thoughts. This is why, again, I don't believe that Judas is really as bad as he thinks he is. Because if Judas was thinking about betraying Jesus, guess who would have known about it?
yeah, true. That's
And if
true.
and if Peter is going to betray Christ 3 times before the cock crows in the morning, and does so, and Christ is the one that tells him he's going to do that, then why would Christ not know that Judas is going to betray him?
Exactly. So Jesus could read thoughts, and he also knew the future. He knew what was going to happen. So Judas can't have been a surprise to Jesus at all. It can't have been that bad.
Jesus already knew that about 2015. He knew about today when he was dying on the
He did.
cross.
He did.
I mean, he didn't act holier than then. He was holier than now. I mean, he still is, but it's. I mean, I don't even believe that when he died on the cross, or when he took the beating, that he was actually inside of his body. I don't know. I think he was able to escape it all. And the reason I think that he was able to escape it all is because when he was on the cross, he said, Father, why have you forsaken me? Because this time he actually had to die. I think that his powers were stripped away from him when he was on the crucifix. But up till then, he still had them. And I can almost prove this by saying, how can a man be beaten almost to death and then still carry a cross, a crucifix, halfway across town?
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible, would it? It's just not possible.
No, it's not. And then people say, "Oh, he got some help along the way." Just the
It
fact that he
wasn't
picked
much
it up
help.
one, just the fact that he picked it up one time is already unbearable. His back was completely cut open from the whiplashes. His shoulders are
Mm,
ripped apart. You think you can actually put a cross on there? Go out right now and cut yourself, and then try to put a heavy weight against it and see what it feels like. It hurts. I don't see him being able to do that unless he was divine. Just the fact that he carried that
exactly.
crucifix on that bar says he was divine. That he is divine. You can't be done by no mortal man. No mortal man has ever been scourged first, then crucified. Only
You
Christ is
know
the.
what? This is really important. I've studied scourging, and in all these trials, you hardly ever get more than 40 lashes because 40 is what you can take, and if you go above 40, that's for death. Like you're almost certainly going to die above 40. So when you scourge someone, they can just die of the scourging very easily, especially if it's more than 40 lashes, because the 41st lash is called the death whip, and they hardly ever give it to people in these countries where they do whip you still today.
Yeah, but they didn't even whip him in public. They whipped him behind at Herod's castle.
Yeah, so they could have easily been more than 40.
Oh, definitely. I mean, come on. They wanted to punish him. We all know it was more than 40. They crucified him afterwards. They beat the
Yeah,
hell out. They
yeah.
probably gave him like 200, as far as we know.
And that's what I'm saying. Like he couldn't have had that scourging and then carried the cross all the way. It just wouldn't have been possible.
Everybody who's seen him carrying that cross should have bowed down knowing he was God just because he was able to carry that cross. And what do you see nowadays in fucking movies? They act like he's only carrying the piece behind his arms, that he's not carrying the full cross. That's what they're doing. Even modern day deception is changing the fact that Jesus didn't carry the cross all the way down the road, because even the devil knows that that's a miracle itself.
Yeah, it is.
Look at the new
It's
movie,
definitely a
that
miracle.
new movie about Jesus, that new movie that just came out about Christ's life. There, he's carrying a plank that's tied to his arms. There's no original pull, like he didn't carry that. Stupid world.
Exactly. I mean, they're just covering up the truth. They're denying the truth. Really, they're never going to come out and say what really happened.
But when they deny the truth and they cover up the truth, it makes it more real for us. It's like, okay, so we knew it, and now you just verified it by covering it up.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. It's like JFK's death. Like the current government story is that there were two independent shooters there now because it was proven that one shot couldn't have done all the trajectories. It couldn't have been done with one shot. So they said, "Oh, well, there's a second independent guy, and we never caught him." Like, it's just ridiculous.
When you hear theory after theory after theory, and then you hear a truth theory, you know its theory is correct. You just
Yes,
know.
true,
You
true.
always, when you hear the truth, it rings a certain bell. It has truth to it, and it just fits in so perfectly, and you know that's the truth. Because every lie is like a puzzle piece that just doesn't fit properly. Like there's an extra little bulge on it, or there's an extra hole that the piece don't fit. But when you hear the truth, it just sinks right into that piece of puzzle, and it completes the puzzle, and it's like, okay, wow. And then you can stand back and look at it. But when I seen Jackie shooting that John F. Kennedy, it made complete sense to me. Everything about it, the fact, the infidelity about it, the fact that he was not even going to stay married to her unless he was once again voted in as president. She had a lot of reasons to shoot him, but she also was a Jesuit, and she had Illuminati ties, but also she was stood to gain a lot, or they could have false promised her to gain a lot. Then afterwards, she was picked up by the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist took care of her. When in actuality, it was she was having a full blown mental breakdown. She couldn't cope with what she actually did, and then she had to keep up false appearances at the funeral. I heard the 8 hour testimony she left behind on the tape. It sounded completely false and staged. It sounded like she knew she had to make a tape recording of 8 hours, so she filled it with nonsense. Very strange, very bizarre. She was talking about Jack and a third party as if he was currently in the room. It was very bizarre conversations. But I never put it together that Jackie actually shot him until I did see the footage that I recently put up on my channel. Uh, Simply the reason why I didn't see it is because the gun was white and her glove was white. But when I seen the Zapruder film, I also looked at other footage, and it is clear she has a gun in her hand. She pulls the trigger, then hides the gun behind the cushion, pushes her husband down, and then crawls out of the car. Which you would never crawl out of a car if you truly believed that there was some kind of sniper that just shot your husband. You would never crawl out of the car because you would make yourself as small as possible, and what you see in the car is the driver and the I forgot what his name was, congressman or mayor or whatever, governor. He bent down as well. Everybody ducked down except for Jackie. She stood up and got out of the car, which is a complete irrational thing to do as a human being when you're being shot at, is to make yourself a giant object. I mean, how clear of a shot was it if they wanted to kill her?
Yeah, it's scary. Like, if his own wife did it, I mean, just the fact that he was going to divorce her, that's reason enough. I mean, many many husbands have been killed before they divorce their wives, so that alone is a big reason. But I'll
But
have to look into this more.
he was also known to have slept with Marilyn Monroe.
Hmm.
Can you? And if you're his wife, you're going to kind of hate him because you could never compete with Marilyn Monroe.
No, she was kind of the ultimate woman back then.
Exactly. So he's sleeping with her, and he wants to divorce you. Motive?
Yeah, it's a big motive.
I've heard of men
And you
being
know
killed
what?
for a lot less.
Yeah, I don't believe that Marilyn did take her own life. Like,
No, I don't
I
either.
I think that she was done away with on purpose just to cover things up.
But I don't
But
believe the
I'm
Kennedys
trying.
did it. I don't believe the Kennedys were after responsible for her life.
No, I don't believe it's the Kennedys. I think it was people like Hoover and like the FBI. They just were tying up loose ends with her. But it looks like she died in 1962. I've just Googled it and it says August 5th, 1962. So it was way before Kennedy did.
Yeah, I watched the whole documentary on her death, and the door was locked, and how many pills she had next to her, and all that stuff. But the fact that her door was locked and all that stuff made it seem a bit odd. She wasn't. She was definitely a full-fledged narcissist, and they like to isolate and retreat. So maybe she locked the door for that reason, but I doubt it. And there was phone calls made and all this stuff, yada yada. I don't know. I still have the funny feeling she did kill herself. I don't know. I mean, it could have been
No,
murder,
well,
but
we don't know. We don't know, but it's very possible that they were tying up loose ends with her, or there are things we don't know about that she had to go.
well, let's look at it from the Christian aspect. There is the aspect that a person who is demon riddled or guilt ridden will have their sleep taken away from them. That's what God
True, that's
says.
true,
And she
that's
had
true.
severe problems sleeping, so therefore she was either very guilty or she was demon riddled. Now that we know that she was narcissistic as well, we can lean more towards the demon riddled. So we have lack of sleep, narcissism, and probably infidelity with the president, and harming the first lady and all that. There might have been some serious guilt there. Uh, she was known to kind of whore herself out and pose nude and kind of be a bit trailer trashy. She might not have had a lot of self esteem and self respect. So I don't outrule suicide because I also know that 6 out of 10 narcissists kill themselves. So I can't rule out natural suicide. Like, I mean, I would like to say the FBI and the CIA did it, but there's no evidence for it. And there's more
No,
evidence towards suicide than anything else.
no, but the fact is, we don't know everything. We're never going to find out the whole story. But I remember that she was halfway through making a movie when she died, and she really enjoyed that movie and loved it, and she just didn't seem Like it's possible it was like Heath Ledger and she accidentally overdosed or something like that. But yeah, I'm just not 100% sure it was suicide. But that's not that important anyway. But that's just my opinion.
But see, I don't believe that Heath Ledger was suicide.
Oh gosh, we're just getting into the yeah, it's a can of worms, isn't it? We're going to keep going down the rabbit hole. So yeah, it's
I
amazing
believe,
where the rabbit
I
hole
believe that
ends.
Heath Ledger was a celebrity whack off. Just whack him and get rid of him. Uh, I mean, he did make that gay homosexual movie. I mean, we can't forget that.
Oh yeah, Brokeback Mountain. That's right. I remember that. Yeah, he did. You know, I haven't really looked into Heath Ledger, so I'll have to look into it a bit more myself. But he was Australian, and I don't know much more about him really.
I believe that Bruce Lee was murdered, and I believe that Brandon Lee was murdered.
Okay.
Uh, who else did we got that I believe that was? I believe that Michael Jackson was murdered.
Yeah, I was just going to say Michael Jackson. I was just going to say him. Yeah, I definitely know he was. He did videos saying that he was scared about people controlling his career. He just said that he's very scared of people. Like he has to do what they say. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he did like a Bashir interview and he talked about that stuff.
Bashir was a horrible interview.
Yeah, he interviewed Lady Di as well.
Yeah, he's a very, very bad man. He's going directly to hell when he does.
Right. No, but Michael Jackson definitely, and there's many stars who've died suspiciously, and
Yeah,
many good congressmen have died. Like in 1983, there was a plane crash, and one of the congressmen who was trying to expose the Illuminati died on that. I'll Google him now.
it was Whitney Houston, Robin Williams, and Brittany Murphy, Aliyah. There's just a couple of celebrities I can think about right away.
Yeah, it never ends, really. There's probably a list of hundreds of them, but we just
Some
don't know
people,
about them.
Bill Cosby's son, they believe was an Illuminati hit. I don't know what to think about that either.
Oh,
They,
okay.
many people believe that Will Smith will sacrifice his child, that Jaden kid.
Oh, boy. Can I just get back to this congressman? It was
Yeah, sure.
Congressman Lawrence MacDonald. He died in 1983 on Korean Airlines Flight 007. That's amazing. 007 there. But he was exposing the Illuminati, and that was a definite hit. They crash planes. That's one of their favorite ways
Yeah,
of suiciding people.
yeah, I know. Just like when they took out that first Malaysian airplane that nobody talks about anymore. The first,
Over Russia, over Ukraine.
yeah,
Oh no, over Perth in Australia. That's it. Yeah, it's in
it
Perth.
was filled with people from scientists that were into microscopes.
Right. Yeah,
It was just a great way to eliminate competition right away.
sure it was.
I mean, don't even get me started on MH17. I completely believe that was bullshit.
Hmm.
I don't even want to get started on that. I mean, come on, we got things like Sandy Hook going on today and 9/11. I mean, it's so obvious things are being staged. And
That's for real.
I always say the best way to know if something is a false flag or if it's genuine is the fact that there'll be inside footage if it's genuine.
That's true. That's true.
And they
Yeah,
never
the
hide
first
footage.
thing I do is get rid of the footage if it's not genuine.
Yep. And I don't care what anybody tells me. If you don't show me the footage, I don't believe your ass.
Hmm.
I mean, who would believe that? Honestly. I mean, so many Americans actually believe that 9/11, I don't want to even mention the word 9/11 anymore. I'm just sick of it. The people believe
Yeah.
in it. I mean, I'm sorry. You're talking about chimp-like mentality.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I've just lost a lot of faith in people that no one has really stood up and done the right thing after JFK dying and 9/11. I mean, talk about a remnant being left behind. There's so few real Christians now. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, Jackie's even standing inside the plane next to LBJ when he's being sworn in as president.
Mm.
Her husband's body's laying in the morgue, and she's in the plane. Yeah, that sounds like a genuine mourning woman.
Yeah, and you know what? I saw a photo of George Herbert Walker Bush in Dallas, Texas on
Yeah,
that day,
yeah,
and he was asked where he was, and he said he couldn't remember. So,
I couldn't
how
remember.
would you know? I remember where I was when Lady Di died and when 9/11 happened, so you'd
Yep,
always remember where you were.
exactly. The milestones in your life, you definitely remember. You only don't
Yeah.
remember if you don't want to remember.
If you're covering things up, you're hiding things.
And as a matter of fact, when you study the behavior of liars, one of their biggest excuses is, I don't remember, I don't recall. Because if you're being accused of an allegation, you'll say, no, I didn't do that. But a liar will say, I don't remember, I don't recall. I didn't do that. They don't stand up for themselves. They basically just act passive about it. Well,
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Like
studied
saying
the
you don't remember. Yeah.
I've studied the mentality of liars, and that's one of the tactics that they use. They'll say, "I don't remember." Which, I mean, even with my ex-girlfriend, when the police asked her, "Did you push him down the staircase?" she says, "I don't recall." Who says I
Yeah,
don't
that's a
recall?
lie.
You
That's a
literally say
lie.
no or yes. You don't say, "I don't recall." That's just declaring guilt. I don't recall. Fuck you.
Yeah, I know. It's not right. I mean, yeah, you can tell people are lying when they have these wishy-washy answers like, "Oh, I don't know, I don't remember, I wasn't there, I
But so
was
long
doing
ago.
something else." Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's all wishy-washy, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah.
You should say no. It absolutely wasn't me who did that. That is kind of like a true answer. But liars still say that as well. So it's hard to tell. These narcissists are born liars. Like, you're not going to see through their lies. They're just born liars. They can just not bat an eyelid and tell you any lie in the world.
I truly believe because of my determination, the way I said no to the police, and the way that I persecuted, they knew I was not guilty. Just by my mentality and the disgust of the allegation, my fury towards how dare she say that about me, and my fight against even the police, because I took two police to their own trial, their own tribulate, their tribunal. Uh, I persecuted really hardcore. I was not going to be labeled something I was not, and I do believe that that was the only reason I never went to jail is because of my own showing like that is way beneath me. I wouldn't do such a
Yeah,
thing because this is
yeah,
a
of
woman
course.
who accused me of rape. She said that I videotaped her. I never spent the night in jail. Nothing, because the police didn't. They first of all didn't believe her story, but they also had me backing myself up, saying no, I didn't do that. No, no. And they kept asking me the same question over and over and over. And I said, I'm getting really annoyed with you wasting my time. I've already told you no. And I do believe that was simply because of my own determination that they believed me. It was like the only thing that I actually had to defend myself. There was a long time I was completely weaponless and I had nothing to defend myself. I still had to create the evidence DVD, which took 3 months. And in those 3 months, I was a sitting duck for any allegation because I was still building up my own case. So I really remember that persecution and feeling like I was completely helpless, man. That I could be like arrested at any moment, you know. And they were coming to my house at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and asking to see my bedrooms and looking for DNA and taking DNA tests and all this weird stuff. I don't. They were looking through her belongings and looking through my belongings, looking for sex toys and all this stuff, all these things that she made up. And they came into my house whenever they felt like it. It felt like whatever she said they would instantly go and take part in it. They actually took her belongings and drove them 6 hours to her. The police. They even
Yeah,
acted
yeah,
like a moving company for her. It blew my mind. They acted like a moving company. They acted like a lawyer for her, a moving company for her, an aide if she needed emotional support. They got her in contact with female shelters, crisis center. Man, that's a luxury, man, for her. She had it made, and then she throws all these false allegations at me, and I have to sit there and continuously prove myself innocent. Continuously, never once did I, in 3 years, did I ever have the slightest benefit of the doubt. I proved that she set herself on fire, or tried to in my shower, literally burning herself alive. I proved with photo evidence that she was telling me she's demonically possessed. I even have video footage of her possession, and despite having all the evidence, I never once had the benefit of the doubt. Now, I can only imagine a man who does not have all the footage that I had, did not have all the documentation that I had, that he would be completely helpless today in society and just be shredded up in that machine of the so called legal justice system.
it makes your blood boil. I've had some things happen to me, and it just makes your blood boil how unfair guys get treated. Like, women just get the red carpet rolled out for them, especially when it's about rape or violence or something. and the guy is just instantly guilty. Like he has to prove himself innocent. It just makes my blood boil so much that if it happens to me again, the first thing I would do is just leave the country. I just wouldn't even try and defend myself because I'm a bit worn out now. I couldn't go through that again. So if the initial thing would happen, she would make the complaint, I would answer it, and I would say, now you either take me to court or drop the charges. They would have to basically drop the charges, and then I'll just leave the country straight away. I wouldn't even bother staying to fight, and I don't want them coming to my house at 2 a.m. Well, they never did come at 2 a.m., but you know what I mean? Like, I don't want all these psychological games played on me anymore, so no way. I'll just leave and not. I just couldn't take it anymore unless God told me to stay and told me to fight, which I hope He wouldn't. But I'm not being involved with women anymore, so I don't think it will happen to me again.
Men don't even understand the impact of what happens to them.
They don't. They don't. And all the psychological games that get played, like, they do things at work in front of your boss. They come to your house at odd hours in front of your neighbors. Like, it's all just psychological warfare they're doing. It's like trauma-based mind control they're doing on you so that you give
Exactly.
up and say, yes, it was me. I did it. Please stop. I can't take this trauma. So it's trauma-based mind control that they're doing to you. And I know that now, so that's why I'd leave if it happened again.
One of my biggest complaints I had against the officers was not just the constant harassment of falling in whenever they felt like it, but that they would always show up with three officers, and each officer was driving his own police car. So
What a
every time,
waste of time.
so every time they came by here, there was three police cars in front of my house every time. It made me
Mm,
look at it like an embarrassment in front of the town. And I
mm.
was one of my major complaints and said, "You guys are seriously harassing me, and it needs to stop." And I believed you right now, just not what you told me about the female, simply because you said if it ever happened to me again, I couldn't handle it anymore. But you also seem to you went through it. I could tell that you went through it. There was another thing that you said. It completely showed me that you've been through it. It's just the psychological trauma that you know about it. Men don't understand that. I mean, I was living a perfect normal daily life with my ex girlfriend. Everything was normal. Uh, she blows up at me for no reason. I don't even know why she's mad. She will not tell me why she's mad. She bolts out the house. I'm picking up the pieces of my life here, and then I have to call the police on her because I was pushed on the staircase and something didn't seem right. And then she ran off, and everything was really quite strange. She hit me, and everything was really quite bizarre that day. So I ended up calling the police because I called her best friend, and I said, "Have you heard from her?" And then she said, "No." And then she said, "You better call the police because nobody's heard from her." So I called the police, and the police tell me, "Oh, yeah, she's already contacted us that you beat her and raped her." And I'm like, "What? Are you kidding me?" So then I had to explain the situation. I had to spend like 45 minutes on the telephone, but that was just the beginning. That was the very first start of it. Then police officers started showing up at random, continuously thinking that they had the right to violate my house and enter. And I let them in. I mean, I didn't put up a struggle. I had nothing to hide. I had nothing to fear. But I started noticing that it didn't matter that I didn't have nothing to hide, nothing to fear. They were out looking for somebody to persecute. They don't care
I,
what you have. They don't care what
no,
evidence you have. They don't care. I spent 3 years going to prison, to going to court just to prove my innocence and her guilt. And when it was finally time to prove her guilt, the courts literally told me, "We're sorry, we have no interest in pursuing this case." So after spending
yeah,
3 years of being persecuted and 8 times falsely accused and 8 times going to court to prove my innocence, having to spend thousands of dollars and euros on lawyer fees and legal fees to prove my innocence, when it was finally my turn and for finally to get a little bit of justice and retribution, I was told, "Sorry, we don't have any interest in this case." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you very much." So I decided I was going to go and make false allegation charges against my ex. And when I wanted to do this, God stepped into my life and He told me, "Don't do it." God said, "Do not go out and press charges against her." And I'm like, "Whatever, I'm going to go do it anyways." But every single time I wanted to go to the police station, a power inside me would not let me go. I kept telling
Wow.
me I felt extremely tired. I felt emotionally drained. Every time I thought I had enough energy and enough commitment to finally bring down the axe upon her, where I could say, look, 8 different times she falsely accused me, 8 different times I've been declared not guilty. I couldn't go to the police and make the charges. I still can't go. And every time I even think about doing it, I hear in my head, Luke, don't do it. Don't do it. In other words,
Wow.
simply, I'm being told not to do it. And I don't know why I'm not being allowed to get justice, but apparently he has something bigger in plan. So once again, I'm actually trusting right now in the Lord that he's going to take care of my biggest situation that I have in life. So I'm really putting all my faith in the God. And I'm not blindly
Wow.
doing it either. He talks to me, and I hear things in my head, and I say, thank you for it. And I know that was the biggest thing that I had with Christianity growing up, is that I was always told that if you hear voices inside of your head, you're crazy. And that was my biggest problem accepting Jesus in my life, is not wanting to accept the fact that his voice is his voice. I'll be right back. I have to go take care of something. I'll be back in like 2, 3 minutes.
Sure. I'll just hold the conversation while you're gone. So, what people don't understand is that when you watch TV and you watch shows like Law and Order or all these Boston Legal, all these law shows, it's a movie. It's make believe. It's not actually real. The real situation is the opposite. Like in America, you've got the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. All of them have been reversed now. I'm positive that all of them have been reversed if you really look into it, especially your rights dealing with the police. Like in the 1970s, the Supreme Court said it's okay for the police to threaten you with life in prison, or you take the plea, and the plea might be 10 years in prison. And if you don't take that plea, you go to trial, you lose because you've not got enough money. The police have got 10 million times more money than you've got. So there's no justice for you. And you might think that you can go to court and tell the truth and the judge is going to believe you. But look at Aaron Schiff, who's Peter Schiff's father. His trial, he wasn't allowed to present his evidence. He wasn't allowed to bring in the Constitution. The judge said to him, I'm not having the Constitution in my court. So that's why the Bible says not to take Christians to the worldly courts, because you're not going to get justice. You're not going to get a fair day. All that's going to happen to you is you're going to get screwed over. You're going to get trauma-based mind control. You're going to get conned. You're going to get tricked. And you're not smart enough. These people are professional liars. They're psychopaths. A normal person, especially a Christian who goes to church on Sunday and thinks that the laws are just and I should follow the laws, a normal person isn't going to see this coming. They're going to get totally blindsided. They're going to get blitzkrieged, and nobody's going to give a damn if you go to jail for your whole life. Maybe your family might, but no one else will care about you at all. So that's why you've got to keep away from these worldly courts. Oh, are you back, are you?
Yeah, I'm back. I had to get a
Oh, of
drink of water.
course.
I was really thirsty.
Yeah, we've been going for a while. We should end it soon because I think it's already 3 hours long, so we
I
can
don't
just
mind
talk
how
for a bit longer.
I don't mind how long it gets. If you got nothing else to do, I don't mind just talking.
No, no, I'm fine tonight. Like it's nine p.m. here, so I'm not going to go to bed for a while yet. So
11
I
a.m.
have to say, oh, cool. Well, you're fine then. Yeah, but mm, oh shoot, yeah, it's morning for you. It's evening for me, so that's cool. But I have to say, like our last couple of talks have been really good. Like we've been getting better and better with our talks. Like the first couple were kind of basic, but now we're getting out real biblical principles and real like ideas about justice and stuff. So it's getting pretty cool.
Yeah, God's bouncing between the two of us here.
Yeah, I think that's why it says in the Bible that when two or three are are present, I'm there too. Like there's a famous verse that says when two or three Christians are together, that God's there as well. I'll Google it now and find it. It's not like me to forget that one.
What did I miss here on the conversation? It says you are right about Aaron.
Oh, I did a video on my channel about Aaron Cleary. He took some cheap shots at MGTOW. He kind of implied that MGTOWs are like basement dwellers and can't get friends, can't get laid and stuff. Like it wasn't so bad what he did, but he just made a very unfunny joke about MGTOWs, and I did a video about it. So
That's
yeah,
kind of
that's
bizarre. That's kind of weird because every MGTOWer is a guy who dealt with a woman and is tired of dealing with them. So obviously they all had sex. Yeah,
yeah. So saying that we're like 40-year-old virgins, it's just lies. I mean,
that
come
makes
on. I mean,
sense. That's insane. I mean, the two. I mean, I had so much damn sex with my ex that I am sick of sex. I'm honestly sick of it, and I am sick of it because I am tired of pleasing women.
mm,
I'm sick of having sex for the fact that I'm supposed to please a woman. If I want to have sex, I want to please myself. That's the truth of it.
yeah, yeah.
I don't need sex. I mean, I'm sorry. With my ex girlfriend, I had so much sex. It was like we had sex 20 times a day. I'm not kidding you. Every single day, 20 times. She used to give me lists of sexual needs she wanted me to fulfill. Every single day, 20 times, every single day. I got so sick of it. It was like water and air constantly. It was,
Mm.
oh, the whole day long, like bunny rabbits, man.
Yeah, I find with narcissists and psychopaths is that they're never satisfied. Like they're not happy to have sex once or twice. Like they need it constantly, and they definitely will do it with other people. They'll be cheating on you as well. So,
Oh, yeah.
man.
And they
But
don't even,
can I just get back to my Bible verse? It's Matthew chapter 18, verse 19, and it says, "Wherever two or three are gathered together in the name of Jesus, He is there with them in their midst." So
I,
that's
I
one of my
know the,
favorite Bible verses.
yeah, I know the verse.
Yeah. So cool. Sorry to interrupt, but I just couldn't remember it, so I just wanted to let people know so that they can look it up.
No, but it's true, and that's why church is so powerful. That's why you pray in church for in your dominion, because then you have more people. The more people, the better. That's just the genuine. Hey, have you ever seen the Sundance in the Philippines on YouTube? You know what? I'm
Uh,
just gonna put it up. I'm gonna put it up here for
yeah,
people.
okay.
We'll just keep talking. I'll just once in a while put up some screen shares for people to watch, so they don't have to keep looking at my little ninja basically, and looking at your picture back and forth. Um,
Yeah, yeah. No, the Philippines is a country I know a lot about because my best friend is a Filipino and he's told me a lot about that country. If you need to disappear for any reason, when you arrive in the Philippines, you pay them $500 and they wipe your presence. Like, I don't know if you'd have to see someone in charge, or he just said it's very easy to wipe your presence. So if you're running away from something, the Philippines is a good country to go to. Not to mention they can't extradite. They don't have very big extradition treaties with that many countries. But I think they do have with America, so Americans are out of luck there.
I also know the Philippines is one of the most Christian nations nowadays on the planet.
It definitely is. In my country, there's no Catholic priests, and they're importing priests from the Philippines. Almost every Catholic church in my country has a Polish or a Filipino priest.
Let me fast forward this a bit. I don't know if you can see the screen, right? What that I'm.
Yeah, you're fast forwarding it to 2:30 or so. Yeah,
Oh, check that out. Just that's a giant statue. They have a Christ there. Look where the rainbow's at.
that's cool. The rainbow's just at the right location. Pot of gold must be there too.
Well, yeah, he's standing there. He's a
Yeah,
giant statue.
exactly, exactly.
But they're going to show you the whole footage how all this happened. You can see the slide footage too. But all these
Oh, it's
people
a
were praying.
feast.
All these people are
Yeah.
praying to God, and look what happens. All these people are there, like you said. You know, with two or more stand there, I shall be between them. Well,
Mm.
all these people are praying to God right there, and they started praying, just watching the sun, and they're all just standing there witnessing the sun, and then the sun starts dancing just for them, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, look at that. That's amazing. That's not natural. I've never seen the sun do that naturally.
Watch what the sun else does, man. The whole time the
That's
sun,
like an atomic bomb.
it
Gosh, it's
actually,
scary.
it's going to turn into a diamond too. It's really cool.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that. That's amazing.
But all those people there are worshiping Christ. They're all there for the same goal, just for God.
definitely, yeah, definitely.
And then God rewards them with a cool light show at the end to let them know that He's there.
Mm. And it says there's been healings, so like people must have been cured of cancer or illness, whatever they had. So that's great.
Oh, I'm sure of it. But this needs to be seen more all over the world. People need to understand that you're never alone when you're with God. Oh, my fucking dog just knocked my bag over. 1 second. I'll be right back. I
Okay.
have to take care of the dog here.
Oh, that's cool.
I have to get it from that.
Yeah, so this is in the Philippines. They had a miracle. That's amazing. I know that the Philippines is a great country for marriage because divorce has only just become legal there, so it's only just able to get divorces in the last few years. So it's a very good country for marriage. And my friend said that lots of men don't marry now. They just hire a woman as a maid, and you can find plenty of women who will be maids who will come to your house and cook and clean, and you pay them money, and these women are grateful for the job. Unlike in America, I'm pretty sure if you needed a maid in America or England, you'd have a very hard time finding an honest woman who wouldn't steal your stuff and who would do the work and not, not take all your food or eat the food herself. So in the Philippines, it's a very good country for men. If I ever had to run away, I think I'd run to the Philippines. But if you're not Filipino, if you're European, you do stick out there, so that's the only problem.
I think I'd run to Russia.
Oh gosh, don't even talk about Russia. I've actually been there, and I tried to live there, and I couldn't. So
uh,
yeah, it's not as easy as you think.
check out
In
this
Russia,
homeless.
the work ethic is so terrible. The bureaucrats will never ever give you the visa. They'll never give you the residency. You go to their government departments and nobody does any work. You have to be extremely rich and pay a lot of money to the bosses to get visas and get residency. It's not something I've ever seen before in my life.
I heard that bank accounts are really hard to get to.
Yeah, you have to have like a passport. Like everything is done on your passport, and if you don't have a valid passport or a valid visa, you can't stay in hotels, can't take planes or buses because you have to show the passport to stay in hotels, to take the bus and stuff. But Russian people get around it themselves somehow. I think I don't know exactly what they do, but Russian people can get by there, but foreigners can't.
Did you see the footage of the sun like on the screen?
Yeah, it's amazing. It did turn to a diamond. I was watching it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Like, wow, the diamond, man. I know not all footage is real, but I do believe that a lot of footage is real.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've got a good feeling about this. I'm sure that God was moving there. So, sometimes it can be the devil. Like, there have been like visions of a Virgin Mary, and well, I won't mention where, but some of them just seem to be the devil, the kind of things that they report Mary as saying are kind of totally against the Bible. So, no, I'm sure that this one's from God.
But would the devil ever show up in a place where everybody's praying to Christ? That's a lot of people.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, this one is real. But sometimes when one person sees what they think is the Virgin Mary or what they think is Jesus, it can be the devil.
Whoa. It does look like a nuclear explosion. But
Like a bomb, yeah.
where would you ever see in the West people actually pitching up tents to sit here and wait to actually for this festival? You would never see that.
Exactly. I mean, oh gosh, in the West, people can't even wait 5 minutes. Like,
Yeah.
I've arranged to meet people for dinner or meet them for coffee, and if I'm 5 minutes late, I instantly get bombarded with text and calls saying, "Where the hell am I?" And people have just got no patience anymore. They won't just sit and be happy. They won't pray. They won't have a 5 minute leeway for you.
Yeah, that's how much they really care.
Yeah, not many people do.
No,
Oh, this is the Divine Mercy. I've heard of the Divine Mercy. It's kind of a special prayer book in the Catholic Church. I think I've seen it.
well, they're good at what they do. They got God to respond.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've got some problems with the Catholic Church, but I think the
Yeah,
faith of these people was was what God was looking at and not so much the church, but I could be wrong.
I have lots of problems with the Catholic Church, starting with the Vatican
Yeah.
vaults.
Mm. I was raised Catholic. I don't know if I told you, but when I was a boy, I was forced along to the Catholic schools and the church, and it's a very, very hard church to leave because they preach that you lose your salvation if you stop coming to church every week, and it's a hard thing to wrap your mind around when you've been brainwashed.
Yeah, I mean, look what they learn in the Middle East, man. That Jesus is merely
Yeah,
a prophet, and that he's going to come back and work with Allah and all that stuff.
yeah, it is brainwashing.
They actually believe that Abraham made the Kaaba stone.
The Muslims do.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to say really. I
I
mean,
know. So I thought it's like, okay.
yeah, it's tough. It's crazy.
But they also believe that Allah is the one that parted the Red Sea.
Wow. Well, I mean, was Allah around then? I'm not even sure what time he existed on Earth. So yeah, I'm not even
About
sure.
a couple of days before a couple of days before Adam.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. Well, that's yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say really. These people are
I know.
not reading Genesis. But I thought that the Old Testament, the first few books of the Old Testament, I thought that's the same as the Torah, and that's the same in the Muslim prayer book, those first few books. So they should have the same Genesis as we have.
But they don't have the same Genesis as we have.
No, but I'm saying, like, I thought that the first few books were the same in Muslim and Jewish religions. Because I know the Torah is the first few books of the Bible, that's what it is.
Lucifer is taking credit for Jehovah's work on earth.
Typical psychopath. That's what women do. Take all the credit. Like, oh, I'm going to divorce you and take 80% of your money because I'm worth it. So it's
Yeah.
crazy.
You know, the last girl I was with, the crazy psychopath, I tried to turn her to the Lord, and she grabbed my Bible and she sat down on my bed and she started reading it. And I'm like, wow, she's actually reading the Bible. Interesting. But 20 minutes went by, and I noticed something very bizarre, and I didn't say anything about it. And then I waited for 45 minutes, and I noticed it still. Yet I couldn't believe what I was seeing because her face was planted right into that Bible. She was looking like she was reading the Bible. But you know what she didn't do for 45 minutes?
Blink.
Turn the page.
Oh, turn the page. Oh, wow. I do know that demons and the devil are very up on the Bible. They can quote scripture like anything. Many exorcisms, like the demons have quoted like whole chapters of the Bible just off by heart. So it's not unusual for demon-possessed people to read the Bible, but if
Yeah.
she's on one page for 45 minutes, that's
She
not
was
sounding
trying. She
good.
was trying to project to me that she's a good Christian girl.
Wow.
It was just a setup. Like, look, I'm reading the Bible.
Yeah, they'll do anything to deceive you, anything to trick you. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, they have no limits at all.
There was a bus accident here 2 years ago in 3 years ago here in Belgium, and it killed 21 children. So Belgium decided to have a national funeral, and they had nice and neatly 21 coffins lined up, and all the family could come by and cry and mourn about the children. But I wanted to really watch this funeral. So I'm watching this funeral, and she's jumping all over me, not caring that I'm watching the funeral. She notices the footage on the funeral. She sees the 21 caskets and doesn't really care. She's not paying attention to it, but notices that I'm really focused on it, right? So about
Yeah.
30 minutes into the funeral, about 30 minutes into it, she's doing everything to get my attention and cannot do it. She looks at the TV screen and then starts crying and goes, I always cry at funerals. It was
Oh, crocodile tears. Oh my God.
another cheap way to get my attention. It just blows my mind how badly demons need attention. I'm standing downstairs cooking behind my stove, and she slithers in between me and the stove and starts shaking her ass against my cock just for attention, man. I couldn't believe the desperation that females have for attention. I mean, men don't
Yeah.
even have that. Men spend many years isolated by themselves. We don't have that need for attention. And it's so Luciferian, man. It's just like Lucifer. They constantly need attention, constantly need to have the focus on him, the praise, the worship. I couldn't understand it at the time. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, I just it didn't make any sense to me at the time. Now it all does, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Hindsight is always strong. But
Well, you know,
it's simply
yeah.
mind-boggling how much attention females need. And
But the problem is,
if you can't provide it, they go right to somebody else to look for it.
I definitely do. But the problem is, as we talked about with Adam, like he bit the apple to try and save Eve. Like men have got this real big like bird of a broken wing complex that any woman they'll just do anything to save. So that's how how Christian men are fooled by women, that women will come in and need to be saved and the men will save them, and it's like a flaw in our characters. Men have got to stop doing that.
Yeah, and it's kind of like if I save them, then they'll be with me and we'll live a perfect life together. And no matter what the flaws are, we'll get through it together. You got this whole mindset of determination, and meanwhile, they're just lying right to your face.
Totally. They've got no intention of staying with you forever. They'll kick you to the curb in an instant. It won't even be like a moment of sleep. They wouldn't even lose an hour of sleep over it. So no way.
Kicking to the curb is kind of painful, but it's still being better than getting kicked underneath the bus.
Yeah, they'll do that too.
Yeah, they'll do that with a smile on their face, man. And you know
Definitely.
they're lying, and you have to prove your innocence, man. I just couldn't believe how tormenting that was.
It's very tormenting, and they enjoy it. Like they're sitting there enjoying being the victim and enjoying being the one who's listened to, the one who everybody's like bowing down, carting her stuff 6 hours for her. Like these psychopaths enjoy that. They enjoy just being the center of attention.
Yep. Amazing these people are not locked up, though. They belong
No, well,
in
they're the ones who are in control. Like they've usually got jobs as president of the United States, or they get all these top jobs, or they just can't be touched. Like Herbert Hoover, he was like a ravaging homosexual for his whole career, and he was totally untouched because he had the best job.
I just had a revelation about Terminator 2 when you were talking.
Oh, okay, cool.
Want to hear it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Linda Hamilton's locked up in the psych ward, right? Because she knows about the Terminators in the future.
Yeah,
Isn't that kind of a representation of Christians?
it is. It totally is. Yeah, we know the future, and we're the ones, like the people thought that Noah was crazy, they would have insulted him as he was spending decades preaching to them. So it totally is. It's a very sick way that people treat Christians. It's bad.
Yeah, Noah actually spoke to the Watchers also, and the Watchers befriended him.
Yeah.
I wonder if they had anything to do with building the ark. I wonder if they helped out.
I honestly wouldn't know. I mean, I would say that the ark would have to be really big, and it would be beyond most ships of those days. So I've got a feeling Noah would have had help from God or help from someone to build it.
I read in the Septuagint that that was one of the parts that I was able to read, so I haven't gotten into it that much yet. But that Noah's Ark was 3 stories tall, had 3 decks, and that the waters rose 15 cubits high. But if we know that Mount Everest was covered and there's been seashells found on top of Mount Everest, then clearly 15 cubits is not the way that we measure a cubit, because there's so many stories going on today about the length of a cubit. But what is the real accurate truth? According again to the Septuagint, the water was 15 cubits high. I mean, so that's if 15 cubits can cover Mount Everest, how big is a cubit?
I was reading that Goliath was a number of cubits. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they had the size of him. But he couldn't have been as tall as Mount Everest, right? It must have been a different way of measuring.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are there different measurements in cubits or not?
And it has to be. It can't be the same. I don't know.
Well, let's just say that Ron Wyatt's ark that he found is a genuine ark. It's still pretty big. It's pretty massive. But according to the Septuagint, the water was 15 cubits tall. But according to the Septuagint, the width of his boat was 50 cubits wide. It doesn't make any sense. I
My
mean,
gosh, I I found how tall Goliath was. It says 4.5 cubits. He couldn't have been a quarter of the size of Mount Everest. Like that's tremendously big. That's massively big.
I'm gonna see if I can find it online again really quick about the Septuagint about Noah.
Okay. Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'll just talk a little bit about Goliath. The Bible doesn't say that he had four brothers, but many Christians think that he had four brothers, and that David came with 5 stones, because when he slayed Goliath, David was afraid the four brothers would come and attack him, so that's why he had more than 1 stone. But the Bible only talks about one brother of Goliath, and it was in the 1 Chronicles chapter 20 verse 5, and it says that Goliath's brother's name was Lahmi, Lahmi, the brother of Goliath. But many Christians think there were 4 brothers in total, so I'm not sure where it came from, but it is the Old Testament, and there's many possible interpretations. And when the Bible was put together, I'm sure that the church muddied the waters on purpose and made all this totally unclear on purpose, because it was the Catholic Church who put the Bible together.
Here, listen to this. Make
Yeah.
therefore thyself an ark of square timber. Thou shalt make the ark in compartments, and thou shalt pitch it with pitch, which is oil, tar.
Yeah, tar. Yeah.
And thus shalt thou make the ark 300 cubits the length of the ark, and 50 cubits the breadth, and 30 cubits the height of it. So
Wow.
if it's 30 cubits tall, then how the heck can the water only be 15 cubits tall? I'll see if I can find that piece again. Oh, I can actually, let me.
Yeah, you said Mount Everest was under 20 cubits, so the ark couldn't have been as big as Mount Everest. They must have changed the measurements somehow. Maybe they just changed it, and I'm not sure how they did it, but they must have done it.
Something doesn't add up.
No.
So here we go. Anyways, here's the Septuagint. Here, make therefore for thyself an ark of square timber. Thou shalt make the ark in compartments, and thou shalt pitch it with and without pitch. And thus shalt thou make the ark 300 cubits in length, and 50 cubits the breadth. And then later on, I went down here and it says about the waters, how high the waters were, and I'm trying to find that again. And then, look how he calls Noah. He calls him Noah with an E at the end.
Okay. It could be grammar in the ancient language. Like sometimes with grammar, you've got to put letters at the end of words just to show grammar. So, like in Russian, sometimes you see Putin's name with an A on the end, because in Russian grammar, that's like saying Putin's, how we'd have an S on the end in English. So it could just be grammar.
Can you see what I highlighted just now? Wait, that's actually.
Oh, hang on, I'll go back to the screen 1 second. Yes, you've got chapter 7 there, 15 cubits upwards. Water was raised and covered the high mountains, and Goliath was 4.5 cubits. So it's obvious this cubit has been somehow changed throughout the years. So somehow.
Yeah, because this is saying that the ark was 5 cubits taller than the Mount Everest. Because 15 cubits.
It can't be that big.
15 cubits of water clearly covered all the high mountains. That's kind of interesting, I thought. And I'm merely on chapter 7, man, and I'm already fascinated with everything I've learned.
Great.
Another thing was the curse itself. I wanted to learn more about the curse. That's one of my fascinations. I'm really
the curse for Eve.
No, the curse on the serpent himself.
Right.
I can almost prove that God is real right now by saying a couple of sentences here that nobody's ever considered. And I want everybody to consider it who's ever listening to me right now. Simply put, God puts a curse on the serpent after he betrays Eve into eating the apple. And he says to the serpent, thou shalt crawl forth on your belly, you shall be more cursed than the cattle and the beasts, and for the rest of your life you shall eat dust. That's the curse that he puts on the serpent, right? Well, the serpent is Satan, and everybody who worships Satan. Well, when you look at the Middle East today, you clearly see two things. You see, wherever Muslims are at, they live in the desert. But that's not enough to verify what I'm trying to say. But what is very funny is that wherever the Jews go, it prospers. Look at Israel today. It's completely green. You're actually eating fruit from your local supermarket that comes directly from Israel. Throughout the whole Bible, there are people in the Bible. I forgot his name. There's a Jew that falls in love with a woman, but she's not allowed to marry him because the first sister has to get married first. He gets tricked. It gets drunk. He gets tricked that night in a dark room to sleep with the first sister, who he has to now marry because he slept with her. And the whole reason the father did this was because this man had special powers to really take care of the land. He said to the father, "I will work for you for 4 years, and in return, you give me the daughter so I can marry her." And the father agreed. But come the end of the 4 years, he tricked the man and led him into a dark room, gave him a bunch of alcohol, and he ended up sleeping with the second sister instead, thinking it was the first sister. So then he said, "Okay, I'll
Right.
work for you for another 4 years, and then you give me the sister that I want." I can't remember who it was in the Bible. I can't think of his name. Usually I can. Now it's his mind blank. Point being is that throughout history, there's been a clear indication that wherever the Jews go, the land prospers with them. So
It's Rachel and Jacob. I think it's Rachel and Jacob.
that's very possible. My mind is a little bit blurred out right now, but with names. Anyways,
Yeah.
so what we have today is that since the 1947, since Israel has been returned back to a state, we see a very clear indication of doctors rising, lawyers rising, the land prospering, greenhouses being built. They're running off solar power. They're taking better care of the water solution. They're very good to their country. That they prosper. But what you see with the Muslims is wherever they invade, it turns into desert wasteland. Wherever they go, dust follows them. And it reminds me of the curse that
Oh,
God laid.
okay.
It reminds me of the curse that God laid down on the serpent in the very beginning that said, "You will eat dust for the rest of your life." And since we are followers and descendants of Abraham, we have all of his blessings. Everything that God blessed Abraham with, we have ourselves. And the best blessing is the one that I said before. You know, blessed are those that bless you, and cursed are those that curse you. That counts for every Christian. And we see it today in the world too. So we get all the benefits from Abraham, and Islam gets all the benefits from Muhammad, which and Muhammad sends back to the serpent, and they get all the benefits from the serpent, which is also the curse of the soil. And what we really see is that wherever Muslims are today, there is a bunch of wasteland. They live in wasteland. So why is it that Egypt is a wasteland, Jordan is a wasteland, Iran is a wasteland, Iraq is a wasteland, everywhere around them is a wasteland, but Israel is flourishing and started flourishing since the 1940s when the Jews returned back? Isn't that a good question?
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I'm not sure what happened to Israel before it. I think that Turkey or someone ran Israel before Britain took it over before after World War One. So yeah, I'm not sure. I know that it was a desert for a long time anyway. So
Yeah, it was the
yeah,
Ottomans,
yeah.
Turkey, the Ottomans, which are rising right now again. That's why Obama is sending all the military support to them.
Mm. Funnily enough, I've been to Turkey myself, and I I think it's one of the better Muslim countries. It's not strictly Muslim, like they're very modern, but yeah, that's just my opinion of being a tourist there anyway. So yeah,
You do understand the fact that the reason that that is now a Muslim country is because they killed off all the Christians, right?
yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not saying that they're saints or anything, but yeah, I mean, they definitely are a moderate Muslim country now. That's for real.
Are they?
Well, in terms they don't have the Sharia law practiced in the courts there. Like very open about things like alcohol and stuff. Other Muslim countries aren't. But like,
Hmm.
I'm not beating their drum. Like, trust me, I'm not for them especially. I just happen to have been there, and that's just what I saw when I was there.
Do you happen to know that Turkey is going to be the country where the Antichrist comes from?
I was just about to think that, yeah, it isn't. The Antichrist is called for he's called many names in the Bible, and it is clear that he is like an Arab person. But Obama fits him and fits in very well because Obama's mainly Arab. Like he's not very Negro. He's mainly Arab. So yeah, the Antichrist is definitely Arab. I know that.
Yep, and he's going to come from Turkey.
Yeah. It does actually say in the Bible. It does give you a lot of information about where he's born and all that. So yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, you don't have to think I'm right. Jesus tells you himself in a letter sent to the church. And in the letter, he
Okay.
writes to Pergamus, he says, I know your deeds. I know you're trying to do good for me. I know where the throne of Satan is and where he dwells. And he's talking about the city of Pergamus, which is in
Mm,
Turkey. So
mm.
today, literally, the seat and throne of Satan is in Turkey.
Wow. Do you want to know something really interesting?
Yeah, I have another one
Um,
for you to too. After you got that fact, I'll tell you mine. Go for it.
Hitler Hitler found the Pygmalion altar, the altar that was actually used in that city, and Hitler transported it to Berlin, and Hitler did some of his speeches from that Pygmalion altar, and it's still there in Berlin now. And many prophets or seers, whatever you call them, have said that the real Antichrist is also going to preach from that altar too. But the real Antichrist might move it to the city he's going to concentrate on, which is Jerusalem, as far as I can tell.
Well, yeah, because Mecca and Medina will be destroyed.
Exactly, if Jerusalem will be left. It's called the Pygmalion altar. It's in Berlin right now. Hitler was the one who found it and moved it there.
That's quite fascinating.
I think it is.
You want to hear a factoid that kind of blew my mind, and I'm still thinking I'm justified in what I say, even despite though all the years of history saying otherwise.
Yeah, go for it.
You know the flag of Turkey.
Yes, I do. Yes,
You know how it's a crescent moon and a star, right?
it is.
Well, I was looking at pictures of Erdogan's palace, and I was looking at governmental buildings in Turkey because I do know that the Antichrist is coming from Turkey, and I'm keeping an eye on Turkey. And I noticed something that the Turkish ministers have done that's gone completely unnoticed. Inside of Erdogan's palace, when you walk into his palace, there are two staircases that turn inwards, and he stands on the bottom, and it looks like the flag. It looks like a crescent moon with a star, and he represents the star. So it's a staircase that comes down right when you open his palace doors, and if he stands down right at the bottom, it looks like the Turkish flag, the crescent moon and the star. But what I've noticed lately is that the governments of Turkey have flipped the flag. And I know that sounds really bizarre, but they've literally flipped their flag. And nobody's caught on to this, but usually the flag is left to right. Yeah, left to right, the crescent moon and the star. But now they flipped it, that the moon is now, the crescent moon is now downwards and the star is falling. Just like Satan would be falling from the heavens. But here's the funny thing: when they flip that flag now, the crescent moon looks like a blood moon. And let me show you. I'll show you what I mean here. I'll send a picture over. I don't know if you guys can still see my share screen or not.
No, it's still on. You still have the Bible showing, so yeah, the share
Okay.
screen's still on. Oh, okay. Where have they flipped it?
Uh, no, I'm still sharing, I believe. Let me see if I am or not.
You are.
Oh, I was. Shit, I just turned it off.
But now you're not.
Okay, well, you know what the Turkish flag looks like.
Yeah.
If you go to Google and you just type in Turkish flag and then you look at the palace. Oh, here's another great image of it. Now they're even marching with the flag upside down. What is going on with that flag? People don't even. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Watch this. Let me just show you. Um, It's like nobody's even paying attention to this. Share screen. You see the flag here? It's upside down again. It's inverted. Downwards,
Yes,
downwards, down.
so
It's
it's
the
like a
same on
blood
the
moon and the stars are falling from the sky.
and on their palace is the same thing. Again, it's a star falling from the sky. But look at the moon. Now it looks like an eclipse, doesn't it?
Mm.
It looks like
Mm.
a full moon with the star and an eclipse,
Yes, the sun is the red circle in the moon. That's right.
or a blood moon.
Yeah.
And did you hear
Yes,
about
have a blood moon.
the Jewish Institute has a message to tell the world the next 6 days?
Did we talk about that earlier about how they said that the Jewish Messiah is coming, so the Jews must return to Israel?
Well, that's what you told me, but I'm still waiting for the bigger message. There's still another message coming apparently in the next 6 days, and we don't actually know what they're going to prophesy. But I don't like them at all. I don't like the Temple Institute one bit. I think they are demonic, and they're actually working for it. Hey, the sheet showed up. Sorry. Hi, hey, Rashid, can you hear us? Are you still here? My buddy Rashid Doset just showed up, and he's in the comments. You
Oh,
want to talk
cool.
about it? We need to get Rashid into this conversation. Rashid is really good at the Bible. I mean, he has a whole bunch of Bible prophecy videos, and he talks about the Bible. But Rashid has a really great way of taking teenagers and showing them how the devil influences your life on a day-to-day basis. The sad thing is his channel's not getting many views, and his channel needs to be pumped up big time. He takes everyday situations and he shows you how it's demonically altered and demonically laced. Rashid, would you please join our conversation? You're a great contribution to it. You would be that third Christian that really I don't know, just hammers it home. Let me see if I can send Rashid an invite. I mean, you thought that us talking together is pretty good. Wait till you get Rashid in here. He has, I don't know, man. He has this real good gift about, I don't know. It's just I can't really explain it. You'll have to hear him. He's really good. Okay, Rashid.
No,
Right?
my Filipino friend, he knows the Bible off by heart virtually. Absolutely everything I can think of, he can tell me the book and chapter and verse of it. So many people have got a great memory.
I heard you. I was just also talking to Rashid has 4 accounts, and it's really hard to find the right one. But I just sent you the invitation. It should be in your alert box or whatever you call that box with the little clock on the top, little bell. Now, I've had some great conversations with Rashid in the past too, man. I mean, he's usually really busy and we can't really make a lot of time together. But when we have our conversations, we are really good. Rashid, welcome to the channel, buddy. I heard your microphone click. Is that you, or are you with us?
I don't know, I never heard it click.
I could have sworn I heard it click. Why are you sending me your email, dude?
He must want you to email him the invite.
Oh, okay. Is my share screen on? I don't have any interest in sharing my email.
No. I'm looking at the YouTube page to see the messages, and it's not on. I'll double check. No, it's not on. It's not on.
I have no interest in sharing my inbox information. Okay, paste. 1 second. Let me just get the invite going here. Okay, I'm going to be sending you one in a second. Just have to send it in the email. Okay, email sent. You're on now. We don't hear you.
Okay, well, he's obviously got it, so it'll just take him a couple of minutes to,
I think
put on his headset and get ready.
I've spoken to you both separately, and I'm telling you, man, he's really good. I'm really interested in this conversation now. It's like it's 3 people talking about Christian prophecy.
Cool. If you want to, you can take the talk off air, and then it won't matter if people see the share screen or not, but it's up to you.
Oh no, share screen?
Yeah, like if you're worried of people seeing email addresses and stuff, just take it off YouTube, and we can still talk. Not live on air, but it's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
Oh no, I really prefer the live on air so I can listen to it back later on.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's fine.
Rashid, are you with us yet, buddy? Sweet. I just sent you it in the email.
Well, while we're waiting, like it might take him a couple of minutes to join. Maybe we can. What were we talking about just prior to this?
Adam and Eve, Nephilim,
The curse of the
Noah,
snake. Yeah, Turkey. Yeah, the flag. The flag.
yeah,
How they've inverted the flag.
Turkish
Yeah,
flag.
that's a very telling sign because that's what Satan does. He has. Remember that dollar bill you showed me last time when he turned it upside down and
Exactly.
it looked like an Indian and
It's all
the
part of that
eagle.
exorcism thing.
Mm.
But I still have to wonder why he's doing this in secret. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just been it's kind of done sneakily. It didn't really catch the eye of the world.
No.
You have four email accounts here. There's four YouTube accounts with Rashid in there. I sent it to the other one now. I don't know if you got it now. Check again. You might want to push refresh on the page. It's really hard to go into YouTube and then change the description of the conversation.
Yeah, I know what you mean because once the conversation's on air, you lose all that ability to change around the time and what's written and stuff.
Let's see if I can edit it. Okay, I'm in the description box. I don't know if it's going to work. Okay, I got the invite set in the description box. Cool. Oh, great. Now, new conversation open. That's what I feared. Crap. Let me close that. I want to keep this live stream going. So let's open this one. Okay, I can see the comment box again, but yes, okay, it's fixed. And there's the invite now in the bottom in the description box. Do you see it? If you push refresh, there should be in the description box an invite. Do you see it when you click on it, Mako?
Yeah, I'm refreshing it now. It's going to take me a minute. My computer's slow for some reason. No, it's there. I can see it. You've got
Okay, great.
the link just below the screen on the YouTube page.
Cool, and everything's working. I have no idea how long this conversation's been, but I don't mind how long it goes. We got up
Yeah,
to
it's been 4 hours by the look of it. If I think you started a bit before I joined, though.
yeah, not that much longer though. Maybe a half hour or so. I think. I don't know.
Oh, cool.
Come on, Rashid. He has a. I don't know how Rashid does it, man, but he walks on this earth and he actually sees demonic realm and the human realm at the same time.
Wow.
He's not only waking out of the matrix, but he lives his life that way too. It's very I don't know. I've seen a couple of his videos and he's walking downtown and he's in this local building and he's talking about how it was made by spirits, and how spirits influence people and production spirits, and he's really well into the occult and he understands how spirits rule people. And like we were talking about demonic possession, he's really good at it, and he explains to people how entities can influence you very quickly and how they can take
Yes.
over without being aware of it. And he's very Bible smart. I think it's always a great pleasure to talk to Rashid online and join him in the line conversation. And I was really quite surprised this time to see his name on there. Like, Rashid, cool. We had
Yeah.
one live stream together before. It'll be quite interesting now with the three of us. I'm hoping he really can join. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. But about demons, all those Ouija boards and all these seances and like going to gypsies and getting your fortunes read, that's all opening up windows for them to come into your home, and then they can attack your children, like your wife, like your parents. So you've got to just keep away from it altogether, because it's if you're like vampires, like once you give them an invite, they'll come in.
Exactly. I was just going to go actually get Bible scripture on that.
Oh, really? Oh, you've got to invite them. They can't come in unless you invite them.
Oh no, I was going to look up a different word. I was going to look up necromancers and warlocks, because they're all mentioned in the Bible that you're not supposed to.
Yeah, Christians have to keep away from that and fortune telling, and even things like horoscopes too. I'm reading the comments, and Rashid's saying that he can only make a new conversation, so I'm not sure if he can join or not.
Should we hang up and make a new one?
Yeah, hang up, but can you wait 5 minutes? I'll go get some water. So yeah, just make a new one.
Okay, Rashid, we're gonna make a new conversation. He'll be in 5 minutes. So
Okay, well, I'll see you.
We're gonna hang up this call, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Stay in the chat box so I can talk to you.